win of the season to go 9-0 and break that. They've tied the franchise record, looking to break it tonight for consecutive wins. The Generals, looking to play spoiler, pick up their 4th win and move 1 game closer to 500 this year. 3-5 so far in the year. Ian Clark on the mound for the Generals. Pre-game show, I said 7 innings pitched, 10 hits, 6 earned runs. He's got 6 strikeouts on the day as well. He's just got to fall into his groove early and let his defense behind him pick him up.
And, yeah, I'm really interested to see how defensively the Generals can go out there and provide, because that's something that we've seen through the start of this league. Teams that play defense wind up in better positions. If you cannot commit those errors, it's going to make a difference down the stretch, especially between two teams where I have a feeling runs will be at a premium today.
I've always liked the phrase that offense wins games, but defense does win championships, and that's something that I do think that the Northern League, every team in it, has taken kind of to heart. When the offense hasn't been there for some of these teams, the defense has come up in shape and done a good job. Now, we haven't seen too much from the Generals this season on the Oilmen side of things, but per our last game, I knew they made some defensive mistakes and the offense wasn't there, so you hope one of them can turn on today.
Yeah, 5 errors in that last game, the second game of the season for the Generals. It started their 5-game losing streak. They're on a 2-game winning streak now against the Vikings and the Panthers on Wednesday and Tuesday. Bringing up the top of the order for the Oilmen is A.J. Taylor, the center fielder today. But the Generals today in the field, 1 new position for a player out there. Cam Buckley is going to play third today. He's been a consistent corner outfielder, mostly right field this season. He's playing third today. Cole Hockman still over at short base after falling into that position as Yashawn Boswell moves over to the other side of the infield at second base. First pitch from Ian Clark is over the head of Taylor for ball 1.
And, yeah, that's one of those where, you know, the first pitch may be a little bit rocky. Just got to try to ride through it, and thankfully didn't hit him on that one.
Second pitch comes inside. Put it in a 2-0 hole for Clark on the mound.
Working fast on the mound. I like to see this. Not a lot of time to put any thought into it. And despite what many people think, as a pitcher, too much thinking can actually hurt you. And so the best way to take thinking out of the equation is just not to give yourself any time to do it.
Yeah, and the Generals, both Braylon Holland and Connor Drakatis, who's behind the plate today, have gotten the ball back to their pitcher as quickly as possible throughout the season. This ball in the air out to left center field. Isaiah Thompson is going to make the play on it out there as he ranges. I apologize. Was it not caught?
Guess he didn't.
It was caught. It was caught. All right, there we go.
He was confused. We knew what happened.
AJ Taylor pulls into second base and looked like he thought he had a hit there.
The last time we were here, I mentioned earlier that this is our first time playing the Griffith Generals at Griffith. The Oilmen played a game against the Indiana Panthers here of Highland. Highland Senior Babe Ruth had a game there scheduled at the same time. We had to kind of scramble to get here. It was supposed to be a doubleheader. We changed it to one because you guys had a game afterwards against Elkhart. And I will say, so we have some experience playing on this field. And I will tell you that the last time the Oilmen played here, we artillery barraged left field. Emmanuel Scott even had a home run over the left field fence. So don't be surprised today if you see a lot of action over there in left field and right field as well with the wind.
Emmanuel Scott due up next for the Oilmen. At the plate now is Amarian Hatcher. He's in a 1-1 count. Make it 2-1 with that pitch just off the outside part of the plate. On the mound, I said Ian Clark in 8 games through 2024, 33 innings pitched, 19 Ks at Calumet College of St. Joseph. He evens the count there at 2. He's also pretty familiar with this field. He played here in his high school career.
A good field to play on.
The 2-2 swung on. Drakatis can't corral it. Out in front of the plate for the drop third strike. And the out at first base for the second out of the inning. Brings up Emmanuel Scott.
And for Emmanuel Scott, he brings a good amount of power, good presence, 21 years old, batting out of that right-hand batter's box.
First pitch comes in low for ball 1 from Clark. Top of the zone there for ball 2. Scott in the last game, the 13-0 win for the Oilmen over the Generals, had 2 walks. He also scored twice after getting on. The 2-0 inside for ball 3.
And this is another thing Scott provides when in the batter's box is patience at the plate. We've seen him go down 0-2 numerous times before and work a walk.
This one in play over to Cam Buckley at third base. First time he's playing that position this season. Over to Jaime Luna, but it's going to be late as it bounces in. Give Emmanuel Scott the single there. He's at first base now, brings up Johnny Wendling. First pitch from Clark to Wendling is in the air right side. Jaime Luna at first base moving into foul territory, and it's going to fall just before that bullpen starts out there down the right field line. And I can't tell who's just, for the Generals, just sitting out there in the bullpen. It could be Draza Dupor. I think he showed up a little late today. He is due to pitch in relief. It's number 3. It is Draza. And
it certainly looks like it is. After looking through the binoculars, I think you might be spot on.
The 0-1 catches that top of the zone for 0-2 now to Wendling. Scott still on at first base. Scott takes 1/2 step towards second, comes back. The 0-2 falls low. Man, everybody's got binoculars up here in the booth but me. You guys are just going to be the ones looking.
We're actually part-time pirates.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I would think like bird watchers, but
No.
you're going to
I
go
was
with
gonna
pirates?
say,
Like
I
we
No.
check over
no.
on...
We pillage the high seas in our off time. That's why we were on the East Coast yesterday. We were cruising around the Carolinas.
East Coast. Elkhart?
Yeah, the East Coast. We saw New York City was in the outfield. We saw it. We saw Spider-Man yesterday.
Clark to the plate here. Off the outside corner, bring it to a 2-2 count. Scott bouncing around over there at first base.
See, normally, Charlie, we tell regular folk, bird watchers, to keep our cover, but you're very close to us, so we're going to tell you, really, we're pirates.
We're going to be honest.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if you're listening to the stream here, don't.
We also trust you. We trust you listening at home.
And Wendling swings through that one for the second strikeout of the inning and the third out of the inning for Ian Clark. Top of the order coming up in the bottom of the first, Graham Gonzalez, Yashawn Boswell, and Cole Hockman will be up just after this.
Safety isn't a list of boxes to check. It's taking the best technologies out there and adapting them to work for you. The ultrasound that can see inside patients can also detect early signs of corrosion at our refineries. High-tech military cameras that see through walls can inspect our pipelines to prevent leaks. Remote-controlled aircraft can help us identify potential problems and stop them in their tracks. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
Generals throw a scoreless inning in the top of the first here. Graham Gonzalez going to lead them off in the bottom of the first. He's on a bit of a heater this week. So far, 5 for 9 on the week so far. He's scored 3 times. He's responsible for 2 other runs batted in. He's had a good week, and he's kind of up there for my maybe my player of the week. Unless Yashawn Boswell, who's 6 for 6 so far on the week, continues his streak. He didn't play in the game on Wednesday against the Indiana Panthers. He's batting second today.
That's the one thing about weekly awards is one game can either really take you off of it or put you up there in the high standings. If you're a pitcher and maybe you have 2 appearances in a week, your first game was fantastic and you seem like a lights-out option, you come out the second time in a week and give up 15 runs, you're not going to be on Pitcher of the Week that upcoming week.
Exactly, and I'd like to apologize. Not 2 RBIs, 5 RBIs so far.
Oh, even better.
He had
even
2
better.
RBIs.
Flip it upside down.
Yeah, right? 2 RBIs in the last game out of the 1 hole, where he went 2 for 5 with 2 RBIs.
And just a quick note about the pitcher today for this squad. It's going to be R.J. Berggren. He's been dominant, only giving up 1 hit. Granted, that hit was from this team. He's going to bring a 4-pitch mix. Fastball going to float around 85 to 87, where it'll sit. Changeup, low 80s, high 70s, with a slider and curveball mixed in for a bit of an off-speed taste from time to time. The 5'11 lefty will give you some hints of Chris Sale with the way that he will use the fastball to develop the off-speed.
You and I are really good at comparing Oilmen pitchers to former White Sox pitchers.
That was who he listed his comp was.
There you go. There you go. Cheated is what I'm hearing.
No, I just asked. Very good.
So he cheated.
Maybe.
First pitch outside, RJ the lefty facing Gonzalez the lefty to start off the bottom of the first inning here. The 1-0 low for ball 2. And Charlie, did we fact check the 1 hit so far this season?
I can double check it real quick if you'd like.
I would prefer, yeah. I know we were talking about it a little pregame. RJ's basically been lights out on the mound out there for the Oilmen as Gonzalez swings through that one.
Yeah, I was certain of it. I just wanted to make 100% certain. So far this year, 11 innings pitched, 1 hit, no earned runs. He has been absolutely dominating, 19 strikeouts as well.
That 1 hit comes from Connor Drakatis, who's in the 7-hole today for the Generals. 3-1 now to Graham Gonzalez. RJ in danger of walking the first batter he faces here. The 3-1 outside. Graham Gonzalez is going to take that walk and put a runner on for Yashawn Boswell. Boswell this week 6 for 6 has kind of flipped around his batting average. He's now leading the team with a .364 batting average. 7 hits, 7 singles, 1 double. When I asked him what kind of change this week, he said, well, I decided to start swinging at the fastball.
When in doubt.
When it comes at you and it's not the slider, it's a good idea. He takes ball 1. Actually, if we pulled it up, in his post-game interview after his second straight 3 for 3 day, he said, I can't hit a slider that often.
Hey, being honest with yourself is one of the most important things you can do as a hitter.
The 2-0 now to Boswell. There for strike 1.
One thing I love about Griffith is you can drive golf carts on public streets here. So sometimes you'll catch them in the outfield, and it's like, what's going on? Someone just came in from 9 holes.
There again inside for strike 2, evens the count at 2-2.
Really good job working the outside from Berggren to this point. He's worked outside, inside, everywhere he's been on the corners.
Two off the outside corner for ball 3 and a full count now, Yashawn Boswell.
And shout out to Boswell because that's a really hard pitch to take with 2 strikes, and he did it.
The last game that Boswell played, he didn't see a strike other than his first single until the 6th inning. He swings through that one for the first strikeout for RJ on the mound. They'll bring up Cole Hockman, now wearing number 8. I know it's been a few games, but he's wearing number 8. Used to wear number 5. Number 8, the number of his mother in college. Lefty-righty matchup now. Gonzalez still staying put at first base. No movement from him yet.
John, did the Generals move around the base path a lot? Is this a base stealing team?
They've suddenly become... They have 21 stolen bases on the season through 8 games.
Wow.
They do have some speed as Hockman takes ball 2. Gonzalez has been a guy who has stolen a lot of bases, or has been, busy on the base path. Trying to find where he's at here. He's got 1 so far today, but he is a quick leadoff hitter that can steal a base when needed. Hockman takes ball 3. Second 3-0 count of the game so far for RJ.
This might be a situation where RJ's just trying to learn the strike zone here early in the first. Uncharacteristic for him to be pitching like this so early.
3-0 finds the zone, just like he did in that first 3-0 count to Gonzalez.
And out of curiosity, he does play at John Carroll, is that correct?
He does.
Division III program, I believe.
Brings the count to full there with that pitch.
Yeah, last year I actually called games for one of his teammates, Joe Olsovsky, who wound up getting drafted by the Braves out of Division III. So it's a great baseball program.
It's a hard thing to do.
Gonzalez on the move this time. Ball in air out to right field. Hatcher moving back on it towards the warning track, and he catches it over his left shoulder for the second out of the inning. Gonzalez retreats back to first.
Gonzalez is pretty lucky that that ball was caught in such a manner, because that would have easily been a pickoff back to first, because he was standing on second base when that ball was caught. But the way Z kind of caught that ball, got lucky.
Yeah, kind of got a weird read on it. Good job pulling it in over the shoulder. And for Gonzalez, you knew he wasn't going to be in a position to get that throw. Not a bad decision to stand on second. Bold, but it paid off.
Yeah, especially when you're catching it over your shoulder like that. If he drops that, you have that ability to take third, possibly the plate with your speed. First pitch.
Whoa.
To Isaiah Thompson goes low, and then a back pick over to first as Gonzalez came off the bag pretty far. Goes over the head of first base, and he's going to take third base easily. He stays on the bag there as the ball went past the third baseman, Wendling. That's a way to get a guy in scoring position.
We put in that E2?
I don't know. What do you think?
Are you asking Groberski at first to grow 6 feet?
No.
I just said we need a consensus, okay? A majority rule here.
I think we're going to call that a throwing error from the catcher.
It's now 1-1 with that foul ball for Isaiah Thompson.
It's going to be a good night. It's going to be a good night.
It's one of those nights. So far this season, Thompson with runners in scoring position only hitting .143. The 1-1 in the air left side. Wendling moving over, but it's going to go around the fence there for strike 2. We've come to this moment where it's the first inning and the umpire's already asking for more baseballs.
He's going to get some ones from the bottom of the bag tonight. Is there a bite mark out of this one? Why is this in here?
The 1-2 in the air out to left. Vosberg moving in on it. He catches it for the third out of the inning. No runs so far in the game. 0-0 after one complete inning. Groberski, Vosberg, and Gans coming up for the Northwest Indiana Oilmen just after this.
Wait! Let me help! Land of Frost! Premium meat! Delicious! And no byproducts!
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Whee!
Make the smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an ironworker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, where pitchers try to slice and dice. Leave the slicing and dicing to Land O' Frost, a proud sponsor of today's broadcast. Also, an affordable our premium sliced meats mixed perfectly with fresh ingredients. At Land O' Frost, we are a family business that's been making great tasting lunch meat for more than 60 years. Look for it in your local grocery store today.
Another excellent transition from Charlie Schmidgall. Excellent.
Came back with it. What did he transition into?
The slicing and dicing.
Oh, is that not the beginning of the read?
No.
Oh, well, here we go. Ian Clark getting ready to slice and dice on the mound in the top of the second inning. That's what we call a transition for his second inning of work. Groberski on the mound. He takes ball one. Groberski at the plate. I apologize, guys.
He's got some serious pop here in a righty-righty matchup. He's eaten this year.
This ball down the line and left. Foul. Maybe just 6 inches to the left.
I mean, with a pretty strong wind coming off of the third base line, that one probably got pushed as far as it probably could.
Yeah, and again, that was kind of that demonstration of the power. He's got a very smooth swing, very strong to the pull side, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of an adjustment from the outfield, but looks like they're kind of wanting to stand pat with what they're anticipating defensively.
Groberski back at the plate here in a 1-1 count now after that foul ball. Swings through that one for strike two.
Really nice use of the breaking ball. You know that he's a guy that likes to hit the fastball and things with high velocity. You can get him real early on some of those.
See if he goes back to the well here on the 1-2. I believe it looked like he did, but it goes foul left side.
Certainly looked like a breaking ball, a bender, and again, he was really early on it, so not a bad choice.
His uncle's warming up over there, man. He's ready to play.
I would say, talking to Coach's uncle for the Oilmen pregame, he was ready to jump in the game today if he needed to. And it looks like he might be taking his warm-ups over there on the third base line.
Got to get going. You got to stay ready.
He's got baseball pants on.
The 1-2 again. In there for strike three. I believe that is a strikeout looking.
Yeah, I don't think the bat got around far enough. We saw the end of the bat from up here. Just caught him guessing. A little bit too much movement on that baseball.
Brings up Troy Bosberg with an out and no runners on here in the top of the second inning. First pitch from Clark. Swung on and popped. Jaime Luna, Yashawn Boswell, and Jaron Jackson all moving to it. Jackson's going to get it from the right field position for the second out of the inning. Ethan Gans, the shortstop for the Oilmen today. Getting ready to step into that right-handed batter's box now with 2 outs. I like to see Ian Clark working efficiently, getting an out there on one pitch. Last at bat against Groberski wasn't too many pitches as well. Gans' first pitch he sees comes inside on him as he backs out of the box.
Gans, one of those guys that was a two-sport athlete through his whole career.
Ball in play. Cole Hockman makes the falling line drive catch at shortstop for the third out of the inning, and another quick at-bat for Ian Clark on the mound. He's through 2 scoreless. Bottom of the second coming up with Cam Buckley, Jaime Luna, and Connor Jerkadis due up.
Common for back patients to have a lot of questions, but at Midwest Orthopedic Specialty Hospital, we ask a lot of questions too. We want to know about their jobs, their hobbies, their lifestyle. Because spinal conditions are oftentimes complex and multifaceted, the best solutions take into account work and lifestyle. The spine is at the basis of everything that we do and who we are. For us, surgery is not the first priority. Finding the least invasive option to give you your life back is.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
Bottom of the second here, Cam Buckley getting ready to lead it off for the Griffith Generals, a scoreless ball game through 1.5 innings. Charlie, I know you wanted to mention what other sport Ethan Gans played.
He's a lifetime hockey player at 5'10", 160 pounds. But, you know, with the gear on, you had about 10, 15. So
yeah, he was a goalie too, right?
Maybe. I don't know. Probably not quite big enough for that, but you never know.
I just found it so funny. I'm not a big hockey fan. I've never been truly into the sport enough to where, like, I know what's going on. I know the Panthers are currently up 3-0 in the Stanley Cup.
That's mind-boggling.
First pitch in there to Cam Buckley. But I did find out that catchers aren't, like, big guys. They're, like, kind of yoked. They're jacked.
Oh, they have to be. Because you think hit.
Catchers are bulky.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
That
I was like,
hit
what are you talking about?
Just past the glove of Buckley's. Second straight inning at the Generals got their lead.
You got to think they round so much.
Doesn't that make sense? Like, I don't know why it never, like, clicked in my brain that maybe hockey have a ton of gear underneath those sweaters. They do.
First, see you have no idea what they look like, and then you see them and you're like, whoa.
Jaime Luna in that right-hander batter's box now fouls off the first pitch he sees from Berggren.
And it is worthy of note, Buckley over at first. That was only the second hit given up by Berggren through 12 innings. So pretty commendable to be able to get a pretty good bat on one.
Checks over at first base. Buckley off. He's going to get to second safely. Actually, I think home plate umpire there called a balk on Berggren. He stepped out and pointed towards the
I think
mound.
that's maybe what the throw was over to first. It was kind of just all right, whatever. But
so it's not going to be a stolen base. It will be a balk, I think is what we will call it.
All right.
Sure.
That's the first balk I have seen in the Northern League this year.
That's true.
They're a little subjective at times, but that was definitely the right call.
Balks are probably the most subjective thing.
This ball back in play towards Berggren at the mound. He's
get him at first.
Cam Buckley in between second and third. Buckley retreating back slowly to second here. He falls down, and he is going to be out. Jaime Luna off the bag at first. He gets in. Ball goes past. I believe that's still Groberski at first. But he's going to stay in there. But I do think Jaime Luna might have gotten cleated as he's tried to slide back in there. Important note, he's playing first base tonight for the Generals head coach Amir Wright. I believe he sent home a few position players just so that they could get more rest for tomorrow's game. One of them being Aiden Ellickson, another first baseman for the Generals.
Definitely goes down as a fielder's choice. First things first.
Yes, fielder's choice. And I think for Luna, they're going to give him a minute over there because he's definitely looking uncomfortable.
And as he gets up and Amir Wright checks on him over at first base, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with the rest of the bottom of the second.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
First pitch of the at-bat to Connor Jerkadis in there for strike one. Jaime Luna is going to stay at first base after a quick medical check on him after kind of a confusing play out there for the infield.
That was a high-risk play there from the Oilmen. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you heard me cut in. I'm just like, just throw it to first, man. Like, give up the run. Put the runner on third if you have to, because you're just begging for one guy to make an inappropriate or incorrect throw. That's a weird word to use in that situation. I apologize. And that is kind of what happened.
Right, on the throwback over to first as Jaime Luna was leading off.
If there wasn't an injury attached to that, I would have imagined there'd still be a runner on second base.
Jerkaitis fouled another off and then took ball one there, so it's a 1-2 count now to him. Jerkaitis, the first hit of the season off of Berggren. He takes ball outside to bring it to a 2-2 count. But I agree, although at the same time, you kind of like that. Buckley moving between second and third. No outs if you don't get Luna. 1 out if you do. Then you've got a runner at third, which could be, the game-leading run if
yeah, I mean, like, I think it's just maybe it's a question on what inning do you do that in. Right. If it's the 8th inning, yeah, you cut down that runner at third as fast as you can. Right. But here in the second, I think you maybe just let that one lie.
Count. Fouled off again by Jerkaitis. Behind him is Braylon Holland, the third catcher in a row. Luna, catcher, playing first tonight, also first baseman. The Braylon Holland, also a corner infielder, but DHing tonight, and then Jerkaitis behind the plate for the Generals. And he's going to take a walk there to put runners on first and second with Braylon Holland coming up.
Next up the bat for the Generals.
I must have missed a pitch in there. I only had him at 3 balls.
All right.
This guy,
this guy right here.
He says he wants to score the game for us, and he's not even paying attention.
I'm paying attention.
John, do you have a full count there on the scoreboard?
I did have 2 and 2, so.
See?
But I thought we were together on just yelling at Charlie.
Holland falls off the first one there.
Do you do when you score your book? Do you do balls and strikes on your book?
I do.
Okay.
I don't.
That's one thing I skip when I score pen and paper. I do use pen, by the way. I know that's a crazy thing to say.
Outside corner for 0-2 now. Holland so far in the year hitting .294 with an on-base percentage of .400 as he's taken 3 walks so far this season. The 0-2 is high. Manuel Scott able to jump up for that one and not allow any of the runners to advance there. The 1-2, low, evens the count. Hey, Charlie, this time it's 2-2.
Hey, I'm caught up. We're here. Just got to keep living, man.
Livin. 2-2 with 1 out, runners on first and second for the Generals. Fouled off there by Holland. Jaron Jackson playing right field tonight on deck, and then the top of the order and Graham Gonzalez due up after him. The 2-2 once again from RJ. Swung on and put into center field. A.J. Taylor moving over for it, and he's going to make the catch out there for the second out of the inning. No runner advances there.
So in a situation like that, then now looking, post hindsight, if there's a runner on third in that situation, that got cut down. If Berggren doesn't cut him down, then yeah, run scores. So then hindsight being 20/20, yeah, you save a run there in that situation.
Well, and what I would say is it's something that Tyler Zunkel's talked about. He wants to give his guys the green light to follow their gut. And I think Berggren, obviously he did make the right call in that moment, so wound up working out A-OK.
Jaron Jackson, the 9-hole flip-around hitter here for the Generals at the plate now. And I'm not going to lie, I think this is the first time I've ever seen him hit out of the right-handed batter's box. He is listed as a switch hitter.
He's trying something out today.
Fouls off another. Put him in an 0-2 hole. Jackson, in the last game out for the Generals, got the start and the win. Somehow walked 7, but only gave up 4 runs and got the win. Fouls another one off here.
Hey, man, if it works, it works.
Well, that's even what he said. He goes, I got through 5 innings on my fastball. He goes, apparently nobody can hit it. Team calls him Hollywood. one of the few nicknames so far on the team here in the early season. He takes ball one there. First pitch he hasn't swung at.
Yeah, I tried to pitch to Emmanuel Scott, our catcher, today, to call him Emmanuel Wall Scott, because he does a really good job knocking down, wild pitches. He said it was corny, so I don't think that one's flying.
Another foul ball there, either off the chest protector or the helmet of Scott behind the plate. Keep it at a 1-2 count. Top of the order due up for the Generals after Jackson. It's the second straight inning the Generals have had a runner in scoring position. And that's another thing with Jackson in that start against the Indiana Panthers. For 5 straight innings, he had runners on at least first and second.
Good battle here.
Another fouled off pitch here. The umpire needing more baseballs. Cole Hockman's going to deliver that one to Emmanuel Scott.
So this is going to be the 7th pitch of this at-bat, and it's only a 1-2 count.
Yeah. 7th pitch is swung on by Jackson to sit him down, and the third out of the inning. Generals leave 2 runners on in the top of the third. Noah Caceres, Ryan Siegel in the top of the order. A.J. Taylor due up for the Oilmen coming up.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
You guys are crushing it. See how 8 grams of healthy protein in Land of Frost premium meat gives you energy and keeps you full. Let's get those buns toasting, bread. Cheese, 10 more. Go.
I'm getting shredded. Make the smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
Top of the third here on the Oilmen Sports Network. John, and Charlie here at Griffith for you. And because it is the third inning, it's time for third inning trivia. As always, wherever you're joining us from, whether it's on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Jed TV, come over to the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Facebook page. Whoever the first person is to submit the answer becomes the king or queen of the third and gets to sit on the oil throne. Current Majesty is Anita Lee is the current queen of the third, which, by the way, Deshaun Lee won White Castle Player of the Game last night, and then his mom won Queen of the Third. It's really just a family dynasty we got going there. As always, question comes in the top of the third, answer comes in the bottom of the third. So you have a little bit of time to get your answer in and think about it. Your third inning trivia question today: what current MLB pitcher was drafted by the Cardinals in 2003 and the Diamondbacks in 2006?
Okay, so the 2006 one's the one that matters because the first one would have been out of high school.
Pause real quick. I'm just going to let you know right now, Charlie does a great job of deductive reasoning and getting to an answer. And then he blows the tire out of the finish line. Keep that in mind when you're on, Charlie. Go on, Charlie.
Okay, so it really all matters drafted by the Diamondbacks because that's the one he signed. That's the only note I'm throwing out there at the moment. You said that was in 2006.
You know the answer? All right. No. Yeah, 2006 by the Diamondbacks.
Caceres at the plate here. He takes strike one from Ian Clark. Ian Clark trying to extend the scoreless inning streak that the Generals have put out there to 8 straight scoreless innings. Last run they allowed was in the 4th against the Indiana Panthers.
So it'd have
Were
to
you
be,
doing math on how old this person would be?
Yeah, because it was 3 years after they graduated from high school, so I'd assume they'd be about 21, so that put them at about 39, 40 years old.
Yes.
John's confident. I said before the game that this was actually a John Lieber tailored question and answer, and he seems confident, which I'm happy about.
The 1-2 goes wide for 2-2.
Well, I have a feeling then that it would be a former Missouri player. We're really adding on here to my speculation.
Yeah, the deductive reasoning is...
Yeah, it's coming down to it. He's going to be a lawyer, folks.
2-2 misses
Go ahead and put
outside.
this glove on for me.
Hey.
Oh, Lord.
Some of the Oilmen We're trading batting gloves.
Don't any of them drive white Broncos? Sorry, Mike.
That's
Sorry,
enough
Mike, our
out
PA
there.
guy. Sorry about that one.
3-2 swung through for the fourth strikeout of the day for Egan Clark out there on the mound. His season total up till 10. Brings up Ryan Siegel, who is a pitcher listed on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen's roster, but he's hitting today.
Yeah,
We'll
we
see how this
are
one
out of
goes.
guys today. It's an all-man's-on-deck type situation.
First pitch from Clark misses outside for ball 1.
Yeah, and for Siegel, he's primarily a pitcher out of the College of DuPage. He's been solid for the Chaparral, but they said they picked him over the starter for the lefty bat.
1-0 comes in for 1-1.
And I'd asked him, I said, are you going to go up there looking to swing away? And he said, well, I'm not going to stand up there and just stare.
That's not staying on my shoulder.
He swings at that one, but it goes foul, bring him to a 1-2 count.
Wasn't a bad-looking cut there, not a bad pass.
No, it was a pretty good swing. I'll say so. So the 1-2 now with one out, bottom of the order here. Ryan Siegel up. Outside for ball 2. Two count now, one out to Siegel. Strike 3, looking. Second looking strikeout of the day for Ian Clark out there on the mound. It'll bring up the top of the order. A.J. Taylor, in his first at-bat, he put it out to center field.
Well, so much for not keeping the bat on the shoulder in that last one. And I got to tell you, for Taylor, this is a guy that's a really solid right-handed hitter. He's been producing at the Division I level at UIC.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, where's that one?
He'll be on base for the first time tonight.
We nearly got hit by a pitch first time up, and, well, let's just say
nearly
Clark
got hit
finished
by
the
a
job
couple.
here.
First one, warning shot. Second one, whatever is not a warning shot.
Fool me 3 times, not moving out of the way.
Yeah. John, it looks like you got someone just doing aerobic exercises.
I told you, it is draws at Dufour out there coming in relief at some point tonight as the plan for the Generals.
He's got a 3-hour pregame ritual.
Well, so here's the thing. He wasn't here pregame. He showed up a little late. That's why he's coming in relief.
This is his pregame ritual.
First pitch to Zamirian Hatcher is ball 1. Swings at that one and fouls it off.
And hey, some guys just have long routines before the game.
Some guys just need it.
One I can personally attest to when Liam Hendricks was on the White Sox.
Made Legos.
I was selling 50-50 raffle tickets. He would throw a ball as high up in the stadium as he could and see what seat he could hit it off of before he would leave the field. It was pretty great.
The 1-1 put in play to the right side underneath Jaime Luna's glove. It's going to allow Hatcher to get on at first base, and it sends Taylor over to third. First runner in scoring position for the Oilmen tonight here in the third inning.
My favorite Liam Hendricks pregame ritual was yelling as many swear words as he can
That's
as loud
not
as
pregame.
possible.
I hate to say it. That's not pregame. That's during game.
It's actually constant.
My favorite one is when they had him mic'd up during the All-Star game and something like his transmitter was busted, so he couldn't hear him, so he assumed he was off. And so, God,
oh yeah, they cut that mic pretty quick.
No, they didn't. That was the issue. They kept it on.
I said had to.
Liam Hendricks is a player that I think at this point in his career, he should be one of those unhated players across the league, especially after his battle with cancer and just the personality he has.
Jackson moving over into foul territory down right field here, and he misses it as it goes foul. As the umpire, I don't know if he just forgot that he had to make a call there, but he made it after the ball bounced a few times.
I appreciate the call. We've had a couple guys this season who just don't say anything.
Don't do anything.
So
somewhere in the middle would be nice.
Yeah.
But now Scott in an 0-2 hole with runners on first and third and 2 outs. Still a 0-0 ball game here in the top of the third inning. Clark's 0-2. will be delayed as he checks on the runner at first. That's Hatcher, A.J. Taylor over at third.
In a situation like this, runners on the corners, right-handed pitcher, high risk, high reward, trying to pick off that runner at first, because if that ball goes into foul territory, you're giving up a run.
0-2 outside for ball one.
And it's especially a large foul territory down that first base line. In left field, there's sort of a cutoff. In right field, it's kind of wide open. You've probably got about a good 15, 20 feet.
Until you hit Draza DePore, who's still warming up.
Yeah.
I think he counts as out of play.
You think he'll just pick one up and wing one in the infield, 10th man, next man up mentality. Does anyone know what that little, dog park over there in left field?
It's not fenced off. It just looks like it is. There's no fence past that. You can set up over there.
I think that might be. I think seat you can sit there. Ask Brian Jennings about that.
1-2 again in fair territory to shortstop and Cole Hockman.
Oh.
He can't corral it multiple times. That's going to be an error. That's going to score the first run of the game. A.J. Taylor comes in from third. Zamarian Hatcher safe at second. Scott at first.
Good hustle play from the Oilmen. Obviously what looks like just to be a routine ground out, and hey, we end the top of the third and we go to break. They decided to just run it out anyway, and it paid off for them.
Here's where it gets interesting for the Griffith Generals. In the past, when an error comes, they kind of show that when one comes, it continues to rain. Mm-hmm. With runners on first and second here, 2 outs, looking to get a quick out here and get their bats working at the plate. First pitch to Wendling is going to miss for ball one. Charlie, you got any idea on that trivia answer?
Oh, I've got a pretty darn good one.
I'm confident in both of you guys.
I'm near certain I'm going to get this one right.
Just to let you guys know, my fellow broadcasters will hold off.
Ball in play again. Buckley going to mess it up there for the left side of the infield of the Griffith Generals, and all runners are going to be safe at the bases.
So you just said, when it rains, it pours for the Generals, right? Have you ever considered that you talking about that maybe jinxes your boys?
Well, I'll be honest there. I think that's a shortstop's ball.
I also thought that was a strange ball for the third baseman to come in, especially the shortstop is your general. Not to, double up on the name. But
he is a general. Yeah. But you are right, Charlie.
First pitch to Graberski. Comes in inside for ball one. 2 outs, runners everywhere. Ducks, they're on the pond.
Awaiting the bread.
Aren't we all?
Graberski puts this one in play down the third base line just past Buckley's glove. 1 run's going to score, and in left field, Thompson misses the ball there. So 2 runs are going to score without a play at the plate. It's 3-0 here. The Generals are down. The Oilmen are up. Runners on second and third for Troy Vosberg.
You think that is a single with an advancement?
No.
You're giving that a double?
That is a double.
I think it's a double. I think he gets there either way. The play's going to the plate.
100%. He was there no matter what.
Hatcher scores. Scott scores. Wendling's on third. Graberski's on second. Troy Vosberg at the plate now. Ian Clark trying to get out of this inning without giving up any more hurt here. 3 runs already.
But quickly going back for trivia, currently every broadcaster and as well as the PA people, we do literally anyone who's in a press box with me has the option to answer. They only have one right answer to date. So, and that's from everyone. The other day, for Jerry West passed away, so I asked the question, what year did he win Finals MVP without winning? And I told them, I go, you guys should just pick a different year because they all got it wrong. 4 answers, they got it wrong.
What are there, 7 options?
I want to point out, I had the chance to take the right one. I was the last one. I talked about the correct year, 1969. I talked about how Lou Alcindor was the player of the year for the college playoffs. And
again,
then
the deductive reasoning. And he goes, you know what, I'm going to skip it. 70.
I'm going to go 1970, and I was wrong. So
2-0 here from Clark to Vosberg. Runners on the second and third. Runners in scoring position. Almost said runners on the corners there. Misses for 3-0.
I asked a question a while ago. It was when the finals started. It was who has the highest finals points per game with a minimum of 10 games. The answer is Rick Barry. And Charlie goes, I'm thinking about it before they moved.
That was our game.
Before, yeah, you remember it then. So Charlie goes, I think it's someone from the Utah Jazz. We go with Karl Malone. It's like, oh my gosh, man. Once again, Charlie gets really close at trips at the finish line every time. And I want you guys to get the right answer.
3-0 finds the zone. It's 3-1, 2 outs, 3-1 out into fair territory. Gonzalez sliding, completely misses it there. I think he almost got tripped up. 2 runs going to score, and Vosper is going to get into second base standing up.
Timely hitting from the Oilmen once again. We've seen this time and time again from them, Charlie. And when they put up 1 run, 2's likely to follow. And when they put up 2, 4 likely to follow.
If you give a mouse a cookie, man.
They'll ask for a base hit to center field. I think that's how the book goes.
I think so.
Word for word.
Word for word how the book goes.
Continuing on with the trip with Charlie, yesterday the question was, what country won the first ever gold medal for baseball in the Olympics? And Charlie goes, well, it can't be Cuba. It was, in fact, Cuba.
I didn't think they let them compete.
2 outs, runner on second. Ethan Gans at the plate. He puts this ball in play out to right field. Jaron Jackson moving back on it. It's going to get over his head, bouncing into the wall there. 1 run's going to score. It's 6-0. And Gans safe at second. First pitch of his at-bat, he puts it out there.
You got to think, John, you kind of beat yourself up. There's 2 errors in a row for you that really led to this situation. This should be out of this inning of the tie ball game.
Definitely Noah Caceres batting for the second time this inning. Was the first out of the inning as well with a strikeout from Ian Clark.
And he is playing slightly injured today. A little bit of a nagging injury on his thumb.
He shows bunt but pulls back on ball 1.
See, now, John, I do feel bad for you because you and I use the same brand of scorebook, and I know how difficult it is when guys go around the lineup too.
Why is there not a 10?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I like the boxes. I just wish there was more.
The 1-0 finds the zone there, evens the count at 1-1. What I normally do is just kind of draw some lines around it and hope it doesn't happen in the next inning.
Yeah.
Usually you don't have guys batting 3 times in 2 innings.
Going to have some action in the bullpen for the Generals. Looks like
ball in play again. Cole Hockman at shortstop's going to have a play on this one over to first, and they're only going to have 10 hitters in this inning. Caceres out for the second time this inning. In the third, the Oilmen lead 6-0. Bottom of the third will feature top of the order for the Generals, Gonzalez, Boswell, and Hockman for the second time coming right up.
One more time, your third inning trivia, because apparently my 2 partners have a confident answer. What current MLB pitcher was drafted by both the Cardinals in 2003 and the Diamondbacks in 2006? Find out when we return.
There's a shortage of roofers across the country. Here at Roofers Local 26, our signatory contractors are in need of a well-trained workforce, and it's our job to provide that workforce. We are looking for people that are self-motivated, people that are reliable, people that are willing to give a hard day's work. In return, they get a good paycheck with good benefits. This is not a job, this is a career. If you're willing to put the time and dedication in, we're willing to provide you the tools and training necessary for you to succeed in the roofing industry. We've been doing this for almost 100 years. We know how to get the job done.
Back here on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Sports Network, the answer for your third inning trivia. Nobody answered correctly in the Facebook chat, so Anita Lee, you are still the queen of the third, but they gave me their answers during the break. They left out the suspense.
Oh, well, you want me to build it up?
Gentlemen, what current MLB pitcher was drafted by both the Cardinals in 2003 and the Diamondbacks in 2006?
Well, I mean,
it's your question, yeah.
I'll be an alumni with him in a year.
Yep.
Out of the University of Missouri.
Just
He's got one color eye and another eye, a different color. He's insane. He's a World Series champion multiple times. What else? I don't know.
Cool guy.
He pitched for the same university that has the 1954 national championship.
It's kind of
Max Scherzer.
Is kind of insane also an option?
Did I not say that?
No, he definitely did.
It is Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer was drafted by the Cardinals with like the 54th pick in 2003 and then the 11th pick by the Diamondbacks in 2006. He is also an alumni of the school Mr. John Lieber currently goes to. And so that question was custom tailored for him,
Aw,
and it fit him perfectly.
Thank you.
But that was 30 in trivia. Tune in next time. Tomorrow, we'll be back here at the Griffith Generals. Should I do another question for you? Another Missouri question? It's brown. It's like brown and blue. Yeah.
Yep.
He comes back. He was. I actually met him earlier this
no
year
kidding.
at a basketball game. I didn't take a picture. Graham Gonzalez strikes out for the first inning, or first out of the third inning for the Generals. Jashawn Boswell stepping up. Yeah, I met him. Pretty cool guy. Previously, with different administrations in the athletic department, it was a sore subject for him to be brought in, and now he's back. There's a new administration, though, so hopefully he stays back.
We are so back. Is that what I'm hearing?
What it sounds like is your administration is either a White Sox fan, an Angels fan, a Giants fan, whatever opposing team Max Scherzer has. Max Scherzer's been on a lot of teams now that I think about it. He's currently on the Rangers. He's looking to maybe come back in 2-ish weeks. He's at the point of his career where he's just getting injured maybe a little bit too much.
Boswell swings at the first. Put him down 0-1 with one out. Swings at the second, 0-2 now. It's Draza Dupour out there in the bullpen for the Generals, as long as with Colin McCarty too, who I don't think we've seen got his number today so far. I think he's just protecting the battery mates out there.
Well, he's wearing a jersey. Currently has his glove in front of the number 29.
Yes, it is Colin McCarty. 0-2 comes inside on Boswell, and it does hit him, so he'll take first base. Brings up Cole Hockman.
Next up to bat for the Generals.
That one, I don't know. I think we were all looking out to the bullpen there, but it didn't really look like it got that close. Might have just scraped off of the jersey
tucker. It's a jersey tucker
of Boswell. Coach Zunkel comes out to ask a few questions to the home plate umpire there as Cole Hockman steps up to the plate.
Probably like, what do you want for dinner? How's your day going?
Did the ball hit him?
Are we grabbing drinks?
I thought we were just, I didn't know we were talking baseball questions. My bad.
No, it's the conversational sandwich. You don't want to go out there talking about the compliment sandwich is, the stereotypical one, but you don't want to just go straight into business.
No, sir.
Hockman in a 1-1 count now after that pitch.
That's a tough pitch. I mean, he moved back thinking it was going to hit him. That's great movement on that pitch right there.
The 1-1 in there for strike two. I don't know. I thought we were going to have our second balk call of the game so far.
I knew it. I saw what you were looking at.
RJ on the mound, his entire lower half scooted forward towards first base there. He misses there. Bring it to a 2-2 count. Jashawn Boswell leading off at first base. 6-0 ball game. The Oilmen lead after a 6th spot in the third inning. Hockman swings at that one for the second strikeout of the inning for Berger, and it brings up Isaiah Thompson.
Next up to bat for the Generals, left fielder, number 9, Isaiah.
You trying to find another Mizzou-based trivia question?
No, I'm looking up. I'm trying to fact check something here.
Lefty-lefty matchup here between Bergeron and Thompson.
I do have it's a question I just have to ask you. I just want to make sure I know the right thing. I don't want to look like an idiot on the broadcast.
And that one's going to be caught out there in foul territory beside third base by Wendling for the third out of the inning. And the Oilmen protect their 6-0 lead. Top of the fourth will feature the pitcher hitting as the DH today, Ryan Siegel, A.J. Taylor, and Demarion Hatcher. We'll be right back.
Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Miller Lite tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. It is both. It is both. It is both. It is
Hey, thanks for the backup.
Sixth spot in the top of the third for the Oilmen. They look to add more here in the fourth. New pitcher on the mound, however, Draza Dupour coming in relief. We've been talking about him having his 3.5-hour-long warm-up routine down the right field line. It wasn't actually that long.
Yeah, because it got cut in half because he got to come in earlier, so about 3 hours.
Okay, fine. He's got 2 appearances so far on the season, 1 start, 7.1 innings so far, 1 save also. 4 hits, 1 earned run, 5 walks, 8 strikeouts. Now, those strikeouts all basically came in his innings of relief, which is a little confusing. When he started, he was more of a pitching to contact guy.
Yeah. It's kind of just the nature of the Northern League where you don't really have the luxury of, hey, you solely do this, hey, you solely do that. If you need a guy in a certain position, you got to use them. Now, granted, he might be better in relief for your starting pitcher. Your third baseman might need to go over play first. But when you get into a spot that you really like, you got to make it worth it.
For sure. And he'll try to calm down this Oilmen offense here after, like I said, that 6th spot in the 3rd inning. Throw goes down to second to end the warm-up, and Ryan Siegel will lead off the top of the 4th here. A strikeout in his first at-bat in the 3rd inning. First pitch of the game of the outing for Draza is a ball. The 1-0 finds the zone for the first strike of his outing. He's shown some great stuff. He's been able to calm offenses down, and Siegel swings through that one. Almost an excuse me swing there from him. One, 2. Just above the zone to even the count.
For you basketball fans out there, the Game 4 of the NBA Finals has started, 25-14 Mavericks. It's a winner-go-home situation for Dallas.
2-2 misses inside for 3-2.
It's a full count here for the pitcher.
You got that in Game Changer?
And it's going to be a walk, and the Oilmen dugout celebrates as their normal pitcher takes a walk, and he's going to be on at first base. Brings up the top of the order A.J. Taylor. Last inning he got hit by a pitch. In the first inning he flew out to center field.
Do you guys remember when
I remember when
Tony La Russa forgot how baseball works and he had Liam Hendricks be a base runner?
Yes.
Okay.
Ball in play for A.J. Taylor out to left field, and it's going to get down. Thompson gets to it and is going to hold Siegel at second. So runners on first and second here for the Oilmen to lead off the top of the 4th inning. Do you remember when Tony La Russa
so many things
almost fell asleep in the dugout? Do you remember when Tony La Russa in the first game that they wore the Southside uniforms was looking absolutely gangster?
Oh, with the hat? Oh, yeah. Legendary hat.
Do you remember when he walked Freddie Freeman in a 1-2 count? This ball in the air out to center field for Hatcher. Gonzalez moving over on it, and he's going to catch it. Almost a tag-up play by Siegel at second, but he holds there.
I can actually tell you I was there. I was right behind home plate selling 50-50 tickets, and if you look closely, you can see my jaw hit the floor when he walks Trey Turner in a 1-2 count.
Is that what it is? It's Trey Turner.
And then he brings up Justin Turner, who just absolutely eviscerates a baseball and turns to Tony and tells him, "That's why you don't walk to me." So, yeah, it was not great.
First pitch to Emmanuel Scott finds the zone to put Draza up 0-1. Scott 1 for 2 today, reached with a single in the first and an error in the third. The 0-1 misses outside and gets past.
Bench is going to explode if he scores.
Allows both runners to advance. Ryan Siegel on at third base now. Taylor at second. Scott in a 1-1 count. Why are we being reminiscent about the Tony La Russa?
Because physically, I've said this before, physically I am here, mentally I am in the 2021 Chicago White Sox season. Please take me back.
We weren't even that good.
They won the division. I don't care.
That playoff game was the greatest moment of my life.
Playoff series?
I remember I was there at a game against the Astros in the regular season, and it was an electric crowd.
1-2 misses wide for 2-2. So was I. Did the Sox win?
We did.
I
We
was
had the
sitting
same
down the
game.
right field line.
That's where I sat.
We were actually sitting next to each other.
Maybe.
Never knew.
I was not in my normal spot of the outfield for that game. Scott swings through that one for the second out of the inning and draws his first strikeout of the game.
Removes the chance to possibly try to do a sac fly with the pitcher on third. Would have been a little amusing, but now, 2 outs.
2 outs, Johnny Wendling at the plate. Swings through the first pitch that slides all the way over into that lefty batter's box. Good stop by Jerkadis behind the plate. The 0-1 with 2 outs, runners on second and third. He swings through that one, says the home plate umpire, for strike 2. Draza's getting ready to get out of this inning with no hurt. Hopefully that one doesn't come back to bite me. Like the
Charlie's
multiple
looking
errors.
At you. Charlie's looking at you.
0-2, 2 outs from Draza. Misses just outside for ball 1.
Really nice frame job by Jerkadis. Tried to buy it, but just wasn't quite close enough.
Now 1-2 with 2 runners in scoring position. Foul ball. Do it again. Generals DH tonight, and another catcher, Braylon Holland, grabs that one off the netting. 3 catchers in the lineup for the Generals. Jaime Luna's playing first tonight. He has played first at another point throughout the season. The 1-2. Again outside to bring the count even.
Righty, you're trying to use that slider to push outside because you know it's going to create weak contact if they swing. Just got to do a little better job of tucking it in.
2-2. Misses again, bring it to a full count. Runners on second and third. Groberski on deck. Wendling at the plate.
Take a breath, John. It's okay.
Draza, so far 4 walks on the season. He's going to have his 5th there as he walks Wendling.
That's a really good at-bat from Wendling. Swung at a couple of pitches he didn't want to early on. Winds up working it to where he gets a free pass to first base.
Ryan Groberski at the plate now with bases loaded.
Got about 20-ish more minutes of sunlight here at Griffith. Lights are on, so players are going to need to make the adjustment here soon.
First pitch misses for ball 1 at the last game between the Generals and the Oilmen. We were up in the booth trying to do a broadcast and getting yelled at to turn on the lights. How we don't know how to do that. You guys remember that?
Yeah, I tried letting them know that the lights were
missed
already
that
on
day
in
You missed that in orientation.
Oh.
I think you were in the bathroom when that
my
lesson
bad.
came up. Yeah. Not your stadium, by the way. Not your home field.
1-1 now. I don't know how to turn on the lights here either.
I don't even know where to begin. I'd try all the switches, but I don't think that's quite it.
1-1 swung on and swung through for 1-2. We did find out, however, in the booth here in Griffith, that light switch behind us all by itself is the fan.
All right.
Thank God there's a fan here.
It was hot when we came up here. It was hot.
Draza Duport on the mound for the Generals, looking to get out of this inning with no hurt on the scoreboard. The 1-2 is swung on, and he will. Leaves bases loaded in the top of the 4th inning for the Oilmen. In the bottom of the 4th, looking to cut into this 6-run lead, you'll have Cam Buckley, Jaime Luna, and Connor Jerkadis due up just after this.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today. After our minimally invasive spine surgery, 80% of golfers maintained or improved their handicap. Be treated by the pros to play more like a pro. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
That's right, Candace. We're getting multiple reports of this mysterious but powerful phenomena. People are experiencing a sound, after which they drop everything, and I mean everything, and run to their nearest White Castle. Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live.
When the crave calls,
Richard, we're live.
Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
Bottom of the 4th inning coming up here. Cam Buckley going to lead us off for the Generals. A single in the first at bat there and the second for him, but he was found off in between second and third for a fielder's choice. Ended up being a pickle started by Bergeron on the mound. 6-0 lead for the Oilmen. Go ahead, Charlie. My bad.
It was me, but that's all right.
Go ahead, John.
Pretty good crowd here today. I'm actually surprised. The Oilmen fans traveled. Griffith got a good turnout as well. A little bit smaller than Oil City, so it makes it feel a little bit more homelier. But good to see. Always good to see the fans come out.
First pitch to Buckley misses. Chuck?
Chuck's fine.
Did you want to say something?
No.
Tell him, Chuck.
I don't need to say anything. I don't have to say something all the time. Trust me, ask my mom. She likes it when I don't say anything because I'm usually chatty.
Lefty-lefty matchup here to lead off the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 count to Cam Buckley.
Once again, a massive thank you to Charlie's mom for being our local weather anchor yesterday, typing in our Facebook chat that there was a rain delay. We thank you very much for that.
2-1 to Buckley. Swung on, put into left field. Vosberg did not make the catch. It fell out of his glove. Buckley's going to try for second, and he's going to get in there. I think there Vosberg gets the error, makes the sliding attempt, had it in his glove, though.
Very fair point there, and excellent ability to be able to stretch that into 2 for Buckley.
Yeah, Buckley's shown some speed. He's played corner outfield so far for the Generals, playing third today. And right now he's standing on second base trying to work through how he needs to swing. Jaime Luna at the plate now with no outs. Generals looking to cut into this 6-0 lead that the Oilmen have. He's going to take ball 1. Charlie and John both playing.
No.
Are we not anymore?
No. Charlie is playing.
Charlie was looking at the immaculate grid. Willie had a free moment.
Buckley off at second. Jaime Luna at the plate.
Charlie's playing. I am coaching. Okay. I'm Tony La Russa coaching, so I'm falling asleep while I'm doing it.
Hey, you wouldn't have created as spectacular of a first box in the top right-hand corner as I got there.
He probably just had the greatest guess in the history.
Oh no, I've had like .001.
Okay, all right, Charlie. Every time I try to give you a compliment, you come back with something backhanded. It's like, no, I actually did something significantly more impressive. Just take the compliment and leave, man.
The 1-1 to Luna, put in place. Third base, shortstop hole. Buckley's going to advance to third. Amir Wright's going to hold him up there, and Luna's on at first.
And that ball was absolutely crushed out to left. I mean, he did a really good job, got the sweet spot of the barrel on it, smooth swing all the way through. Starting to find some momentum here, which is something you haven't seen people do against R.J. Bergeron, so it'll be interesting to see how he responds to some adversity for the first time.
Yeah, Jake Wendling up there at third. Didn't think that one was getting through the left side of the infield, but it did.
First pitch to Connor Jacadis is in there for strike 1. And I will be bragging to the rest of the Northern League broadcasters that the Generals are the only people to have hits off of Bergeron so far this season.
That's a good thing. It's good brag to hold.
1-1 now to Jerkadis. Still, the Generals down 6-0 to the Oilmen. Looking to cut into the lead here with runners on the corners and no outs and a 1-1 count. Make it 2-1.
Was it an airplane flying?
Where did that come from?
Oh, Griffith Airport's not that far from here.
I drove by that airport today. It is microscopic.
Well, yeah, it's not landing Boeings, all right?
The 2-1 comes inside on Jerkadis for 3-1.
I didn't even know it existed until about an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
Is it just a municipal airport?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah. It's right next to a nature preserve as well.
Okay.
Big Oak Ridge Prairie, great place. No, yeah, Oak Ridge Prairie, great place to fish, walk around, take a hike.
3-1.
And then casually, you'll find yourself in the middle of an airport.
on a strip, right?
You'll just be nice and walking, all of a sudden. That's the airplane.
I like the realistic
That's the
impersonation.
Yeah, if you close your eyes at home.
You're visualizing it, aren't you?
Yeah, and then every once in a while you'll get some stray fire. You'll go do 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 do. You get a duck and cover in the trees. Oak Ridge Prairie is a war zone. Is what I'm saying.
The 3-1 misses to Jerkadis. He's going to take his second walk of the day. It puts runners all over the base paths for the Griffith Generals with no outs here. Braylon Holland up his first at bat out to center field. Zunkel goes out to the mound for the Oilmen to talk it over here with runners on all the bags. Buckley not being held on by Wendling over at third. First pitch to Holland misses, and obviously the conversation here can almost be, we can let a run score if we turn a double play up the middle. Whatever needs to be worked out here is
yeah, at this point in the game, the Oilmen have the luxury of, just trading runs for outs. Problem is the Oilmen have done it a couple times this season where they get extended leads and they allow their opponents to get back into it. The Panthers have done it numerous times. The Vikings just did it the other day.
Yeah, we were watching that one on Game Changer here. That one looked like a fun game. 2-0 in play, third base side. Wendling makes the play on it and swings it to second. Double play turned, but Cam Buckley scores from third. Just going to put Luna on at third, and it's 6-1. 2 outs.
Next up to bat for the Generals, right fielder, number 1, Jared Jets.
Really nice ability to be able to turn 2 on that. And, I mean, if you're the Oilmen, you'll take getting the 2 outs for the 1 run, but that might just be the spark that this Generals team needs to be able to put something together.
You just got to get 1, right? That's the mentality you always have to have, and the Generals finally do.
This ball in play right at Amir Wright in the third base coach's box by Jaron Jackson for strike 1. Jackson on this year hitting under 160.
By the way, congratulations. You finally scored a run against the Northwest Indiana Oilmen.
All right, guys. It took 11 innings against them this season. Jackson fouls that one off to go down 0-2.
To make it known.
Thanks. Sometimes it
I
happens.
wasn't personally attacking you, right? Granted, I probably didn't have a good way of talking about it, so I apologize for that. But you don't get to go to Baseball Reference when you're doing Immaculate Grid.
I'm checking something.
yeah.
Okay, I haven't looked it up. See, there's.
By the way, the right side of your grid is fantastic. Go on,
the
Sean.
0-2 swung on to end the inning. The Generals get 1 there to cut into the lead. It makes it just 6-1, a 5-run lead now for the Oilmen. Vosberg, Gans, and Caceres all due up in the top of the 5th. We'll be right back.
We don't go to the office. We build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an ironworker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
BP's natural gas teams use Smart App technology to share data from any well instantly, so they can analyze trends and stop potential problems in their tracks, because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Back here on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Sports Network, it's the 5th inning, which means it's 5 o'clock somewhere. And make sure the first thing out of your fridge and into your hand is a Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling, and please, as always, drink responsibly. But the 5th inning also marks it's time for Today in Sports History with yours truly. Today in Sports History, 1933, Lou Gehrig and Joe McCarthy were thrown out of a game. Interesting part about that is McCarthy received a 3-game suspension, but Lou Gehrig did not. And this allowed him to continue his games played streak, which was held for a very long time, up until 1998 when Cal Ripken Jr. finally broke it. 1998, the Bulls win their 6th championship, the last one they have ever won, and we're still really trying to get back to that era of Bulls basketball. It is also Michael Jordan's last game with the Chicago Bulls. And in 2021, Cristiano Ronaldo removes a Coke bottle off of the table for his press conference, and this causes Coca-Cola's market share to drop $4 billion.
Ooh, tough.
So, yeah.
Somebody became significantly less rich after that.
And someone probably got a little bit more richer. But that is Today in Sports History. Tune in every 5th inning, so next time you go out to a bar to grab yourself a Miller Lite, you can sound a little bit smarter than the guy sitting next to you.
It's 2-2 now to Troy Lothberg if you are currently drinking that Miller Lite. And it's 5 o'clock somewhere. This ball's in air. Cam Buckley at third going to make the catch. Had to look around this pole here. If you are currently drinking that Miller Lite, you're in Yucatan City.
You what?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh, you looked up where it was 5 o'clock? Thank you. Thank you.
That's pretty neat. See, we have a thing in my apartment where I'll ask the Amazon Alexa what time it is in a various place to make sure that it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I just eventually
just in case it wasn't for some reason.
Well, no.
Well, because what I was thinking when you said that, I looked down at the clock and it's 8:19 first pitch to Ganza strike one, second pitch outside for ball 1-1-1 count. I looked it up because I was like, where is it 5 p.m. right now?
Yeah.
Because on the West Coast it's 6. You know, you gotta kind of work this out. 2-1 now to Gans. And then I thought, oh, yeah, I guess Alaska exists.
It does indeed.
That's, I believe it's 11 hours away from us.
What?
No way.
Alaska. It's on a significantly different time zone than us.
It's 5 o'clock there.
Opens
this ball
Google.
in play out to right field. Jaron Jackson doesn't have a play on it. It bounces off the top of the wall, and Gans making his way to second base. He's going to stay there for a one-out double. What are you trying to say?
Hang on.
3 hours behind of it.
Hang
it's
on.
5 o'clock there. Oh, are you talking about that one little section?
Like the sliver over by Russia?
No, because even that, the timeline moves. Because those two islands that are really close to each other, and one's Russian, one's American, those are...
They're on different time zones?
The timeline moves. They're like a mile apart or whatever.
All I can tell you is when I went to Alaska a couple years ago, I was jet lagged for some reason, all right? Back to baseball.
I think we might have a new hitter in the game here, number 25.
We do. It is Cole Deerdorf.
Cole Deerdorf down 0-2 after swinging at the first 2 pitches.
At least I think that's Deerdorf. Give me 2 seconds.
He's the only other Oilman listed on the lineup.
Oh, yeah, that is true. And I talked to Cole about if he was going to hit or not, and he informed me that he has not swung a bat in 3 years. So keep that in mind.
He's hitting here for Caceres. And he's going to take the strikeout there, make it 2 outs in the inning. Runner on second. It's still Ethan Gans. Brings up Ryan Siegel.
It really has to make you wonder and hope that Noah Caceres' finger is doing okay, because you knew that had been bothering him coming into the contest today. And obviously not been able to continue.
Is Deerdorf a pitcher as well?
Yes. No, that's why he hasn't hit
Is he
in,
now
in
going to play
forever.
second as well?
I don't know, because, I mean, he played the field a little bit when we were in high school. He went to Couts, but he hasn't in college, so I don't know what his next move is going to be here. Getting in that bat probably wasn't on his bingo card today.
First pitch to Siegel from Draza Duport is strike one. Second pitch is swung on, put him down 0-2. Last at bat for Siegel, he took a walk, which excited the dugout for the Oilmen. He made it all the way over to third, and the Oilmen were primed to go crazy if he got into score. He didn't, though. Still a 6-1 ball game that the Oilmen lead here in the top of the fifth inning. The 0-2, low and underneath Jerkaitis for ball one.
And it is worthy of note, he's got a runner at second. He has a chance if he can somehow find a gap. He
That
could
hope
maybe
factor.
get an RBI.
You know, this is one of those situations that turns into Siegel at the end of the year going, you know, you don't have an RBI, and I'm a pitcher, and I do.
That is very true.
1-2, foul left side. Zunkel's still getting his work over there in the third base box.
Zunkel's still warming up. Charlie's pointing to him. Bring out the righty.
I'm making a managerial change up from the top here.
His hands are hurting, he just said. Clutched his hand. That ball misses. Jerkaitis loses it to the right side. And it's going to allow Gans to get to third base. 2-2 count now with 2 outs and a runner on third.
Gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to admit defeat. I have no idea what I was talking about with 11 hours ahead. I'm sorry. Like, I'm so sorry.
Ahead doesn't even make sense. Because if they were ahead of us, it would be 23 hours ahead, would it not? Until it's the next day? Like, I don't actually.
John, I apologized. Okay.
2-2 misses high for ball three. You just wanted me to continue. We'll act like it never happened.
Thank you.
Full count now.
Don't look now.
Siegel looking to
You're really
driving
for
a
this.
run or take his second walk of the game. Duport's 3-2 is swung on. Put to Cam Buckley at third base. Underneath him. Throw over to first.
Beat it out, kid.
Is
Hey!
picked up by Luna over there, and he's going to allow Gans to score from third.
Look, man, I looked over and I tried. I tried to give him the hit, but there's just no conceivable way it's not an error.
Pretty much, yeah. 7-1, 6-run lead for the Oilmen here. Top of the fifth inning. Still A.J. Taylor, the top of the order. In the right-handed batter's box for his fourth at-bat of the day.
What are you doing?
Actually,
Look, man, a lot of times they look up to the official score, want to see what the call is, if they get the hit or not. I think you should know.
It's super dark in here, so it looks like just a hand came out of a shadowy room and just give a thumbs down like it's a gladiatorial arena. Finish him.
That's a common misconception. You know, down would have been drop your weapon. Like this would have been to the heart. Get him.
Another common misconception is that happened often.
Really didn't.
It didn't. 1-0 count to A.J. Taylor.
Wait, so if it was sideways, it was
kill him.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. Oh, he comes in
Second
and hits
time.
A.J. Taylor for the second time tonight. Puts runners on first and.
Do you think you
second.
saw the sideways thumb and said, "All right, I do what I must."
Misinput.
Activated the Winter Soldier mode.
I apologize to AJ.
Draza Duport is a name that would make sense for the Winter
Yeah.
Soldier. 2 runners on for him now with 2 outs. He's already let 1 run cross the board this inning. It's 7-1. He's facing Zamarian Hatcher for his fourth at-bat of the day. First pitch to him comes inside, but he gets out of the way of it. No action in the Generals bullpen down that right field line just yet. Colin McCarty available for his first appearance as a General this season tonight. The 1-0 in there for strike one. Again, important to note that the Oilmen are looking for their 9th win on the year to start out 9-0. The 1-1 outside for 2-1.
Yeah, John, me and Charlie discovered yesterday that we've already known for a while that Charlie has a really weird encyclopedia of just odd facts. And they're mainly just like historical pieces of, like, you know, actions or words.
Nothing useful, I promise.
And I'm the same way, but mine is more like phrases and sayings and like language almost. So yesterday I gave the origins of the phrases "close but no cigar" and "the whole 9 yards." Those are just two things I know.
Gotcha.
So me and Charlie really combined to just make one encyclopedia of nothing.
3-1 is swung on to make it a full count. Sometimes, you're just a history buff.
Sometimes you got to be.
Mm-hmm.
I minor in history. Maybe Charlie did.
I didn't, but I always loved history growing up. So there you go.
Another full count for Draza DePore on the mound. This one is going to end in another walk to load the bases and bring up Emmanuel Scott.
Next up the bat for the Oilmen, catcher number 4, Emmanuel Scott.
One swing of the bat here could make it a 10-run ball game from Scott.
That would be obviously ideal for the Oilmen, and here the Generals have just got to try to do everything they can. I mean, you're all right with putting the ball in play. You got the bases loaded. Trust the defense. See what you can do here.
First pitch to Scott comes inside, past Jerkadis. Draza DePore going to get the out at the plate as that throw came back quickly from Jerkadis, and it's going to get Ryan Siegel, who was trying to score for, the first time?
Yeah, maybe ever. Yeah.
Out at the plate. Top of the order due up for the Generals in the bottom of the 5th just after this.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
Back here in the bottom of the 5th inning, 7-1 ball game that the Oilmen lead. Bergeron's still out there on the mound looking for his catcher to be able to warm up. Quick conversation between him and the umpire. Emmanuel Scott was at the plate for that last out of the inning.
Yeah, so he's got to go back and get everything on.
Throw Coach Zunk out. What are we doing? He wants to get into this game so bad.
I don't know if he wants to, but we definitely do. We definitely want
I don't know.
him.
He seemed like he was a little excited about the notion.
And I'm trying to figure out where they're putting Deerdorf. It looks like he's in right. So I see Deerdorf in right, switching with Hatcher.
And it looks like Gans moves over to second.
This is a substitution nightmare for me here.
Gans moves over to second. A.J. Taylor in to play shortstop.
Yeah, because Taylor is a primary third baseman, very comfortable anywhere in the infield, and he's demonstrated that he can play the outfield, but not necessarily that he wants to. So I think Vosberg moves to center as well.
Correct. Hatcher moves over to the left.
Man, a lot of substitutions there.
Emmanuel Scott almost just took him out on the throwdown.
Honestly, if you're putting a guy that isn't used to playing the field in the field, the outfield is probably the best choice for him. And you know he's got an arm, so that'll at least give you something if he can't catch the ball.
That's why Shohei Ohtani played right field for a couple of years with the Angels. Because they're just like, hey, we need you to throw the ball.
He's deceptively fast as well. He's pretty quick.
I went to I agree with you. I went to a Dodgers-Reds game just a couple of weeks ago, right? Great American Ballpark, Dodgers versus Reds. And Ohtani had a triple, 3 strikeouts and a triple. We're going to focus on the 3 strikeouts, $700 million. It looked like he was doing an afternoon jog. And I think that also comes with the fact that he's like 6'6", and so his strides are
those strides are long.
He's so he doesn't look like he's like sprinting.
Gonzalez strikes out for the second time on 3 pitches there. The first out of the inning brings up Yashawn Boswell. 0 for 1 today with a strikeout and a hit by pitch.
Second baseman, number 10, Yashawn Boswell.
Jason Hayward.
No,
they're
that's
still
gonna be
doing
too
immaculate.
No,
Grid.
man, I don't think people know he plays for the Dodgers.
What are you
What do you
talking
mean?
about? What are you talking about,
What,
man?
because he
He's
played
still
for the
there.
Cubs at some point?
I understand. I understand that but he's not a marquee player.
I try to steer clear of guys that are currently on a team outside of
all right.
Broussard Gratterall,
All
who
right,
I have
all
on
right,
here. Actually, I don't know that he's still there anymore. I don't know.
Boswell takes
I'm
ball
sorry
one,
for helping.
Yes, sorry. Back to this current baseball game.
where it's 7-1, the Oilmen lead. 2-0 to Boswell. I'm trying to think of somebody now. That's the issue. Cubs, Dodgers.
I feel like there's got to be a good collection of guys. It's about finding someone people don't commonly think of. Is that?
I mean, I could give you uncommon answers.
The 2-0 is swung at by
or
Boswell
I guess I give
for
you
strike
common
one.
answers. Cody Bellinger's probably the most common.
I would presume. I would presume that's probably correct.
That one finds the zone for strike two. 2-2 count now. Rich Hill does work.
Rich Hill does work.
I think he's putting it in.
Rich Hill kind of works for like
most
16
teams.
out of the 30
Yeah.
teams, though. So
Did Ottavino ever play for the Cubs?
Yes, he did.
Oh! 2-2 check down to first base. No swing from Boswell, says the field umpire, to make it a 3-2 count. What'd you ask?
Did Adam Ottavino ever play for the Cubs?
No, I don't think so.
He just seems like one of those random relievers that might have bounced around there at some point or
Yeah,
another.
Hobby works there, but I don't think you use
No,
that one.
I don't want to use Hobby Baez. I think most Mets fans would
forgot
like to
about
forget
that.
about Hobby. They
I
got rid
forgot
of
about that.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Full count swung at by Yashawn Boswell for the second straight strikeout. Third going back to last inning.
Yeah, I remember that now.
It's a bad trade.
And it brings up Cole Hockman.
Yeah, it was, Bryant went to the Giants, Rizzo went to the Yankees, Javi went to the Mets.
He
was all right on the Mets.
I was out there for the his first year
I
with
was
the Mets
surprised-
was good.
I was
It was his
surprised he
only year
didn't
with the Mets.
re-sign with them.
Yes.
I think his good year with the Mets is the reason he has that albatross, which is I found it was a bird. Thank you, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Of a contract with the Tigers.
He thought it was a fish.
I thought it was a fish.
Ball one to Hockman. What do you mean? What?
No,
An albatross. I feel like everybody knows that's a bird.
I just know it's something very large that you can't get rid of, and it's not good. That's
Tastes
what I know
tastes
the phrase.
terrible.
Why do you know that?
Well,
2-0 to
From the movie Unbroken and
Yeah.
the book Unbroken.
Louis Zamperini.
Read and watched.
So not from your own personal experience.
No, I have never tried it, so I guess I don't know if it's good or
Well,
not.
it'll be there for the broadcaster party at the end of the season.
We're having a
This
party.
ball in play back to Bergeron at the mound. He's going to make the play on Cole Hockman for the third out of the inning. Top of the sixth will feature Emmanuel Scott finishing that at bat. He started in the fifth. Wendling and Groberski.
There's a shortage of roofers across the country. Here at Roofers Local 26, our signatory contractors are in need of a well-trained workforce, and it's our job to provide that workforce. We are looking for people that are self-motivated, people that are reliable, people that are willing to give a hard day's work. In return, they get a good paycheck with good benefits. This is not a job, this is a career. If you're willing to put the time and dedication in, we're willing to provide you the tools and training necessary for you to succeed in the roofing industry. We've been doing this for almost 100 years. We know how to get the job done.
Play for the Mets, right?
Top of the sixth inning here will feature Scott again finishing that at bat. Draws it to pour back on the mound for the Griffith Generals. 7-1 ball game. Draza allowed a run in the last inning. Bring that lead back to 6 for the Oilmen. And I'm the only one not playing some form of an immaculate grid.
I decided to hop on and play basketball.
Well, I'm trying to pay attention to the game a little bit more right now. I've only got 2 squares. I'll get to them eventually. The pieces will come together.
I mean, do you want to hop on?
Which one should I
Which
play?
major sport should you do?
Football.
What is your favorite sport?
Baseball. It's
Oh,
the
baseball
only
is
one I'd
baseball.
actually
Okay.
be able to complete a grid
Okay,
on.
fair enough.
Baseball is my favorite sport as well.
You know, that almost makes sense. That
I
we're all
wonder-
here right now.
I was going to say, well, what would make you say that?
I'm not gonna say his name. Last year, working at the Slammers, one of the my fellow interns who worked alongside with me.
Is it the one I know?
No.
Okay.
No. I'll say his name, Matt Gustafson. I love Matt, love working with Matt Gustafson. I still wish I could be working with him. Hope he's doing okay. But he would know if you asked him, he would know who I'm talking about. But the guy I'm talking about never watched a full 9-inning games of baseball ever in his life. And so
not once?
Never start to end, except obviously the ones we worked at. But he commonly referred to runs as points.
Ooh.
And
tough watch.
Yeah.
2-1 comes in
That's
high
all
for
I'll
3-1.
say. That's all I'll say.
My friend currently who works in the Northwoods League has a coworker similar to that. He shares some of his what do you call that? Isms, like Bush isms.
Can't get fooled again. Come on.
Scott takes the walk to lead off the inning. Wendling now at the plate. Yeah, I won't say the team, but they could be in for a new play-by-play broadcaster. Who could be my friend?
Who knows? Who knows? Well, you might.
I was going to say his performance is high there. He's looked solid. He's just having a lot of trouble locating. The stuff looks okay. I'm almost wondering if he's not feeling tired just because of how out of control that stuff has been. These counts have been going long.
1-0 in the air out to right center field. Jaron Jackson making a backpedaling play on it out there. It's going to hold the runner at first with 1 out in the inning now.
That is a really weird section of the field right there, or deep right center, because everywhere else is pretty lit, but that section's kind of darker than the rest of them. I don't know if that's maybe just the way the grass is, but it looks like that one's not being illuminated as well as everywhere else. That might just be me.
No, I kind of agree. It doesn't look as bright out there. Graberski takes ball 1 at the top of the zone there. The 1-0 swung on for strike 1. Vosberg on deck behind Graberski. One in play. Cam Buckley makes it at third. Over to Sean Boswell at second. Double play for the Generals to get out of the top of the 6th inning without any hurt. Draza goes scoreless there. And it brings up 4, 5, 6 for the Generals. Thompson, Buckley, Luna are due up just after this.
Miller Lite tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. It is both. It is both. It is both. It is both. It's both.
Hey, thanks for the backup.
Wait! Let me help. Lando Frost. Premium meat. Delicious. And no byproducts.
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Whee!
Make a smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
Whiting BP, an energy company with purpose, one that is trusted by society, valued by shareholders, and motivating for everyone who works at BP, a proud sponsor of the Northwest Indiana Oilmen and the Northern League.
Is that it? Ryan Siegel's playing first base, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness. What has become?
What have they done to my boy?
So, Groberski is
Don't
headed.
let his mother see him like this.
He's headed off. I want to point out right now, 2. Okay, well, I guess you can count the pitcher. 2 out of the 8 defensive positions, 25% of defensive positions are being played by a pitcher right now. That hurts my brain.
New pitcher also in the game for the Oilmen. I'm going to have to lend the hand over to the Oilmen broadcasters to identify who that is.
Yes, that would be Cole Deerdorf.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
That seems to be the only thing that is making sense right now.
So who's in right? Is that 26?
I'm
that wouldn't make sense. Wendling.
It looks like.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, they're moving Groberski to third. Yes.
I was going to say, it looks like Johnny on right field.
Johnny Wendling in right, I think.
Johnny's got a really identifiable goatee.
He does. It's very helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. He rocks that thing, by the way. Absolutely rocks it.
Everything else maybe the same. Emmanuel Scott's still behind the plate, which is nice.
Yes.
There gets to a point in the broadcast where we dictate who's playing.
Listen, I'll tell you what. As long as this is somehow easier than the last Griffith Generals game where the Indiana Panthers just threw everybody around the field.
Charlie, by the way, real quick, we are now only – never mind.
You better tell me we're only 10 hours ahead of Alaska.
No, I'm right. We only have one more jersey to see in the Northern League. We only have one more. The away Elkhart County. We've now seen
of the standard uniforms.
Of the standard uniforms,
correct.
we only have one more away, and then we can finally grade them and rank them. That's all I'm waiting for.
One to go.
I think, John, what do you like? Do you like the green or the yellow? Pick up your pen and answer the question.
Thompson swings at the first and fouls it off. For the Generals, I like their jerseys. A lot of people don't. Like,
the first time I saw it, I wasn't a fan, to be completely honest with you, with the stars and stripes. I think I just don't. Now that I look at it, I don't like how they just cut off
the stripes. I wish they went down the shoulders.
Or they wrapped around,
well,
right?
If
you look at
shoulders.
Yeah, but if you look at the stripes, once they get to that seam from the front and the back, they just die. If they were able to go around, I would have liked them maybe a little bit more. But I do like them. I do like them.
I agree. I think the greens sometimes look better, but night game yellows always look good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
1-2 now for Thompson. Ball in play, but foul. Did you guys park over there?
Yep. That was what I was
right behind
yanking my head out the window to look at. My car is safe.
I'll tell you what, if the Oilmen wore these jerseys with black pants, it'd be no competition.
Nah, I don't like it all black.
This guy
uniform.
to my right here is a guy who likes black pants in baseball, which is just kind of insane.
Is that a problem? Or?
I'm going to say it. 1-2 again to Thompson. Fouls off another. Yes, black pants are so weird. Wear gray, wear white, wear pinstripes. If you want to do black pinstripes, like black solid pants with white pinstripes or whatever your other color is, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Black pants make you look like you're playing like 2A.
It looks like you're a waiter.
Little league team. Or that.
To your point, I wore all black when I was the Pittsburgh Pirates back in Little League, so I guess you're justifiable in that sentence, but I like it. I'm sorry.
2-2 to Thompson now. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Make him 0 for 3 with that strikeout. First of the outing for Deerdorf.
Yeah, Colt Deerdorf has got a really nice mix of pitches that he just comes after you with.
So now 1 out, no runners on. Cam Buckley at the plate. He's 1 for 2 tonight.
And I did reference that pitch selection. It's going to be fastball, curveball, slider change for the big right-hander.
First pitch to Buckley misses inside. So far, I know you guys haven't ranked, or you haven't seen every jersey so far.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is in that S tier? You don't have to like.
Oh, I think we were just doing numbers. Oh. So.
Well, I mean, if
but
you're
to be
doing
fair, I've seen them because you guys played them when I was last here again for the Indiana Panthers game. But those Elkhart maroon
Reds,
jerseys,
yeah.
Man, those might be number one. I need to see them for a full game of action though. I like those a lot.
I really liked their white jerseys with the pinstripes. They were very respectful of it. It didn't look like a travel uniform, right? It looked like a ball club uniform, and I'm a little bit of a sucker for the old style.
Well, red jerseys with the white pinstripes kind of reminded me more of the Miami City Connects too, the Marlins.
Yeah, I like the City Connectors in the MLB. It's like hit or miss. It's either a good jersey or a bad jersey.
1-2 pitch in. Play there to second base over the head of Deerdorf. He's going to get Buckley out at first. Very close play.
City Connect jerseys, either that's the greatest jersey I've ever seen from that team or burn those.
So, a good conversation then. What do you think of the Minnesota ones? Brand new. They just got released.
Let me, I have not seen them yet, so just give me a second.
And I'm going to have the same opinion I have with the Phillies. Give me the hat. I'll never touch one of those
I
jerseys.
loved. I already see the hat, and I'm already
That's not
interested.
the hat.
Oh, okay. Is this it? The MN with the blue?
It's lazy.
Well, here's the thing, right? The hats look good.
I like it.
It's a play on the state of 1,000 lakes, land of 1,000
Land
lakes.
of 1,000
whatever it
lakes,
is.
yeah.
Luna in a 1-0 count, make it 2-0. And I like it, and I think that's like the wave effect you see on the jerseys a little bit. Very nice. If you don't go all out and you go very simple, like the Cardinals,
I'll tell you
says the Lou across the front, I think that's okay.
I'll tell you who the jersey I don't like the most is the Dodgers one.
The
It's
all
just
blues
all
or the
blue
speckle?
with
The new ones too.
It's the all blue. Oh, there's new ones.
Yeah,
they
have
redid it.
They have a new City Connect, and it's like speckle paint.
Well, dude, their last one was hardly even a different uniform. It was just
That's
what
why I
they
didn't
wore on
like
Latin
it.
American night, and they took los off.
That's why I didn't like it, because it just they don't. First of all, they redid it. They don't get
No,
to do
they
that.
get another-
they do.
They don't get another attempt.
This ball in play just past Deerdorf again, and this one is going to get through. So Jaime Luna back on base here for his second single of the night. And it brings up Connor Jerkadis with 2 outs.
In my personal opinion, I think a City Connect jersey is great when it's an actual City Connect jersey. You're bringing in information from the city.
Right.
You know,
I felt like Detroit's were kind of lazy with just Motor City. There's so much great history
there's
in
so
Motown.
much more that they could have done, too.
And
even if they wanted to stick with Motor City.
I feel like
Right.
it's really unfortunate, because the first 7 that came out, I think it was 6 or 7 that came out, were so out of the they knocked it out of the park on that first series.
Southside Brew Crew,
Wrigleyville. Was Brew Crew in the first set?
Brew
I don't
Crew
know.
was.
I went to a
but I
Brewers
will
game, bought a
to add
shirt,
to that.
guys.
The first team to have it was Boston, and they did theirs based off the colors for the Boston Marathon. Which, to add to your point,
and
like
the flag of Boston.
Yeah, it's
Right.
like, oh, you're correct. And it's like, yeah, it might not be the most aesthetically pleasing jersey, but the message behind it and the fact it is connected to the city, I think, is what made it so great.
2-0 goes 3-0 to Jerkadis from Deerdorf. No, I absolutely
Currently
agree.
scrolling back.
And it's like the same thing, like the 2 Chicago teams did it fantastically.
Oh, man, they nailed it.
Because
Right.
instead of going, well, we're both in Chicago, we'll have Chicago City Connects, they went, well, the Cubs went with their neighborhood, whereas that went in there for strike 1 and a 3-1 count now Jerkadis. They went with Wrigleyville, and it looks great. The Sox ones
jerseys.
are Southside, which encompasses multiple neighborhoods.
Right, and most of the City Connects with the Cubs. The Sox are the South Side.
Which I
That
was
was great.
really hoping they did North Side when they.
But nobody calls it nobody. You don't say.
I'm not
they're
displeased with the
Wrigleyville
Wrigley. I'm not
guys. Like,
displeased with Wrigleyville by any
Yeah.
means. I like the Marlins jersey. I mean, this South Side is so great.
3-2 goes high for.
They didn't allow them
A
to do.
walk.
They didn't allow them to do this because of the way the rules are. But I wanted so desperately for the first Crosstown series after both jerseys came out. I wanted them to wear the
I don't see why
Wrigleyville
they can't.
and the South Side, because technically they're 2 alternate jerseys. You can't wear you can't wear 2 alternate jerseys together. It has to be either your home or away with an alternate. It's dumb. I
They
wanted
should
them
make
to.
so
There would have been no fights at that
exception.
game if that happened. The Diamondbacks I like, the Los Serpientes.
agreed.
The Giants is the worst one. Let's just get it out of the way. The Giants is the worst one. It's bad.
It's bad.
0-1 to
The
Braylon
all white
Holland.
with a faded orange G, and that's it.
And I'll be honest, I think you ask, like I have one of my roommates back at school is a Giants fan. Yeah, he's got a jersey. The Washington ones that we just pulled up on your screen are fantastic.
I like
They
it.
don't
Oh,
wear
they're
them
great.
anymore though. 0-2 swung on for strike 3, and the third out of the inning goes down Braylon Holland. Vosberg, Gans, and Deerdorf maybe due up.
Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
Top of the 7th here for a 7-1 ball game that the Oilmen lead over the Griffith Generals. Vosburg, Gans, and Deerdorf due up for the Oilmen. Siegel just after that. He's playing first now. He started out as the DH. I was going to say, doesn't that kill the DH? Well, yeah, it does. Both pitchers are going to be hitting, Deerdorf and Siegel.
I love it.
So it's just truly a bummer R.J. Bergeron doesn't also get to hit. I'd love to see 3. No, I wouldn't love to see it, but it'd be something to see.
That bottom of the order becomes 3 auto outs. Not even auto outs. Siegel got on base twice.
He did. He did. I mean, granted, he got thrown out at home. Full disclosure there.
Yeah.
Still.
Just, yeah.
Vosburg stepping into that box to lead off the top of the 7th now.
Really quick, we'll wrap up the City Connect jersey talk. I'm sorry, but
we're good.
The Yankees don't have theirs yet, right? Because the fans would actually kill the franchise if they had a different jersey.
I don't think they can get one.
I think that organization is so. Bat breaks over to third base. Bat goes flying as well. Play made for the first out of the inning, and Vosburg's going to have to find some new pine trees to get a new bat there.
Some in center field.
Well, what I'm going to tell you right there is, it's a bad thing when the bat goes farther than the ball, and it certainly did there.
Luckily, it went out of play.
I will make the statement. I like the Baltimore ones. I know they're very basic. I like the hats for the Mets ones. Ball 1 to Gans. I'll say the other thing about the New York Mets ones, when they wear those jerseys, if they wore pinstripe pants as well, they'd look like they were playing for the Staten Island Correctional Facility.
Yes.
Like.
their numbers on the hip away,
The Cincy ones are good, too.
I saw a lot of these jerseys last time. I like the logo they have. I don't know what the story behind it is.
1-2 now to Gans. Another good one is the Kansas City Royals City of Fountains with the KC built into it. Very nice.
I'm torn on that jersey.
Never seen a fountain, so I don't know where that comes from. The 1-2 to Gans.
I love Kansas City.
We need the.
Well, so that's the thing. It's the City
waterfalls.
of Fountains. They call those fountains though.
Fountains.
But they're waterfalls. 2-2 now. Swung on. Strike 3. Drazi Dupor gets another strikeout on his day, and it'll.
Second baseman, number 25, Cole Deerdorf.
And this is going to be Deerdorf again. Last time up, he struck out. Was playing right now. He's pitching in relief.
2 outs. He takes a cut on the first one, sends it to Yashawn Boswell at second. Easy throw over to first to get another 3-up, 3-down inning against the Oilmen in the top of the 7th. 7-1 still here. Jackson, Gonzalez, Boswell due up for the Generals just after that.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
That's right, Candace. We're getting multiple reports of this mysterious but powerful phenomena. People are experiencing a sound, after which they drop everything, and I mean everything, and run to their nearest White Castle. Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live.
When the crave calls,
Richard, we're live.
Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
Jaron Jackson here to lead off the bottom of the 7th inning. He's got 2 strikeouts so far today and 2 at-bats. PA plays don't go chasing waterfalls after the conversation about the fountains that are also Well, there are fountains in Kansas City. That's the weird thing. There's fountains, but it's mostly waterfalls. I don't know.
Well, what do you call what's out in Those are waterfalls. But there's fountains. The basin.
Don't chase him, John.
I don't.
Don't chase him.
I've been there twice. I've never seen an MLB game there.
It's a beautiful
awesome.
park.
It's awesome.
It's a beautiful park. The grass. I actually I cut a piece out. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that.
No, but I mean,
me and Charlie were talking about this yesterday. When I was at Kansas City for Kauffman Stadium, I actually ended up on White Sox Instagram and on the broadcast because I did postcards from Kansas City. So
gotcha.
I love that. It's a great stadium, great city, food, great barbecue.
Say, I assume you went to the Power and Light District.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Great district.
I've been there a couple times. The World War I Museum's awesome. The station's awesome.
I have been there 4 times. I live in that state. Jackson swings at the first pitch there.
Have you ever been to
I've been there for 2 Mizzou baseball games at Kauffman, 1 Mizzou basketball game at T-Mobile Center, and then I picked up my friend from the airport. Jackson swings at the second to go down 0-2.
That's not a bad airport.
It's very small. Yeah,
it
but
is.
KCI is a nice airport.
Do you more so go to St. Louis?
No.
No?
I stay in Columbia. 0-2 is swung on for strike 3 for Darren Jackson. 3rd strikeout of the day for him. Top of the order, Graham Gonzalez due up. Those 2 games at Kauffman were great games between the Jayhawks from Kansas University and the Tigers from Missouri. So yeah, very interesting. Like I have this goal of like being at going to a game at every ballpark.
I mean,
right?
me
Obviously,
and my family
we're
working
baseball
through that.
people, and I have this like scratch off thing. That one finds the zone for strike 1 against Gonzalez, where you scratch off stadiums after you go to them.
We have a push pin map, so yeah.
So like, here's my thing though. Like I want to do it where I see an MLB game there. I've seen 2 college games there. I've actually called 2 college games there as Gonzalez goes down 0-2. So I haven't scratched it off. However, I have written with little headphones drawn next to it the date that my first broadcast was.
Hey, all right.
So
that's really cool.
0-2 swung on, strike 3 for Graham Gonzalez.
Deerdorf is putting some hot sauce on everything coming in. I mean, he's got a serious velo bump. Apparently letting the guy hit gives him the confidence he needs to go out and shove.
He's feeling good.
Next up to bat for the Generals.
Now it's Yashawn Boswell stepping up. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd and struck out in the 5th and the 1st. Looking to get back on base. Started the week 6 for 6 against the Hammond Vikings. Wind still out to right field. Not as strong as it was at first pitch, though. Two outs. First pitch to Boswell goes low and outside for ball 1. Still 7-1 here at Brian Jennings Field in Griffith. Another game between the Oilmen and the Generals tomorrow night at 7.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
1-0. Inside on Yashawn Boswell. Might have went off of his helmet. I don't think it did. 2-0 now. Boswell going to pick up his bat and head to first base. So he's been hit by a pitch twice now tonight.
I was going to say, I thought that would hit
the
him.
hat.
Yeah, Charlie was making a lot of hand gestures to us to like signal that he did get hit.
Well, and then
didn't.
You know, I'm not going to lie, guys. The hand signals that Charlie's been throwing all day.
Yeah,
I've not understood a single one.
Charlie told me this. I'll get it for you. In order to keep himself from saying something he shouldn't, he just makes facial expressions and hand motions, which keeps him like tame.
Fair enough.
So 99% of the stuff he is doing has no reference to the game whatsoever. Is that accurate?
First pitch to Cole Hockman is a strike, but it goes out of the glove of Emmanuel Scott, and Yashawn Boswell is going to take second base as it bounced way out to the backstop here. Hockman down 0-1, but Boswell in scoring position now. Generals looking to add their second run of the day. Hockman hitting .455 with runners in scoring position so far this season. Good enough for a team leading 7 RBIs. The 0-1 is fouled off again, or not again, for the first time. Just past 9 o'clock here, 2 hours into the game, here in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs.
What time is it in Alaska?
What part? The 0-2.
This the one that's 11 hours behind us.
Is out of the zone for ball 1. I would assume that if at 8:20 it was 5:20 in Yucatan, Alaska, that it's probably now 6:20 there. No, it's 6:02. I apologize.
Yeah. It's all right. We'll figure
What
it out.
time is it in New Mexico right now? Because isn't that the U.S. state? As that's the third strikeout of the inning, as Deerdorf sets down the side, not in order but with strikeouts. In the top of the 8th, Ryan Siegel, A.J. Taylor, and Zamarian Hatcher will bat.
There's a shortage of roofers across the country. Here at Roofers Local 26, our signatory contractors are in need of a well-trained workforce, and it's our job to provide that workforce. We are looking for people that are self-motivated, people that are reliable, people that are willing to give a hard day's work. In return, they get a good paycheck with good benefits. This is not a job, this is a career. If you're willing to put the time and dedication in, we're willing to provide you the tools and training necessary for you to succeed in the roofing industry. We've been doing this for almost 100 years. We know how to get the job done.
Top of the 8th will feature a new pitcher for the Griffith Generals. In his first appearance this season in 2024 in the Northern League is Colin McCarty, wearing number 29 out there on the mound. Our first looks at the lefty.
And, I mean, at this point, you're coming into a 7-1 ball game. Your objective is pretty simple. Keep it as a 7-1 ball game. You want to make sure that you're doing everything that you can to keep this game within striking distance, and it helps that you're facing off against a pitcher as your first hitter.
Yeah, in the Generals' 10-0 win against the Hammond Vikings on Tuesday, they had a pitcher come in after going down 10-0, and we were talking about just it was his first looks on the mound this season for the Northern League as well, and it's just get out there and let stuff happen and see what you can do. At the plate to lead off the top of the 8th is Ryan Siegel. He takes strike 1. McCarty, an incoming freshman into college with the Lakeland Junior College out of Lincoln Way West High School in Illinois. It's a 1-2 count now against Siegel. Prep Baseball Report says he features a fastball and a curveball from the left side.
The Lakeland Junior College are known as the Lakers. So
correct.
Real creative on that one, guys.
I had two friends
the curveball that
there.
doesn't miss.
Actually, I had 3 friends that pitched there. 2 that actually made it to a season.
Well, the Griffith Generals social media, and on the last broadcast we called her as Siegel swings through that one for the first strikeout of the season for McCarty, we called her the queen of social media of the Griffith Generals. Callie Linders plays at Lakeland University in Wisconsin. And they're like the muskie? I don't know. It's apparently a fish.
Oh, Muskegon?
Yeah. Muskie's a fish.
Muskie.
That I do know.
Muskie. This guy, where's the phrase come from? But he also knows fish.
I do fish, though.
First pitch.
I have fished muskie. See, I've never fished an albatross now, have I?
No, because it's
Not
a
on
bird.
purpose.
Yeah, see, exactly. Exactly. See, I know things I know.
0-1 to A.J. Taylor. Oh.
John, eventually,
Get 1-1.
you will love calling games with me by the end of the season.
No, I
promise
like
you.
calling games with you guys. It's fun. It's been entertaining. It's nice to have.
You've also pulled numerous strands of hair out of your head.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is the goal.
The 1-1 high for ball 2, 7-1 game here in Griffith. The Oilmen lead, top of the 8th with 1 out, no runners on. if you're wondering, Charlie's still trying to figure out an immaculate grid.
Yeah, he's 2 away. He needs Cubs, Mets, and then a 2,000-plus hits in their career.
Well, I'm just more focusing on the game. I'm not giving full attention to both. I'm thinking of a name every now and again, but Strawberry crossed my mind.
2-2 now with 1 out for Taylor. Fouls another off. Man, trying to think, trying to help.
I know there's a guy who was known as being a career Yankee that they didn't bring him back, and they let him be the player and manager for the Mets for 1 season. I just couldn't think of who it was.
That one misses outside again for Taylor to bring him to a full count.
It's probably going to be a no. Did Don Mattingly ever go and play for the Mets? No?
Maybe. I don't think so. Out of Evansville Matter Day.
Okay, that's one of those things that you just why?
Why do you know that?
Yeah.
Why do I know that? Because he was the Indiana Mental Attitude Award winner, which is an award that my friend Brett got when we went to state.
Full count here again. Swung on, put foul down to third base line. Looking around the Northern League tonight, the Elkhart County Miracle win a 7-1 game over the Hammond Vikings out there in Elkhart. Same score here.
We'll probably be home before they are.
The Elkhart guys? I doubt it.
The Vikings guys.
Wow. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That one again fouled. Hey, John, just to let you know, it is not 11 hours ahead.
Thank you. That I do know. I was there yesterday.
Call back once again.
Yeah.
You're also, as you watch these broadcasts tonight and tomorrow, it's also just a comedy show.
For sure. I like to think we go strong for 3 innings and then 6. Who knows?
This one in play to shortstop. Cole Hockman makes the play over to Jaime Luna for the second out of the inning, and the Generals are in line for another 3-up, 3-down inning against the Oilmen here in the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Well, the 8th is pending this at-bat from Zamarian Hatcher.
And for Hatcher, he's been a pretty solid hitter out of this left-hand batter's box. He's been having trouble with contact. Batting average isn't exactly where he'd like it to be. Coming into today, hitting at 250, but he has the ability to stretch it with some extra base power. We've seen him go for extra bases twice in his 6 hits.
He started off the season really well for us and kind of cooled down just a little bit. That comes with, not playing every game, all the days off that we've had, all the scheduling conflicts and pushbacks that we have. And I'm sure there's a lot of guys on your team as well, John, who have actually struggled with that.
Ball and play to Jaime Luna at first base, and he's going to take it himself to end the inning. That's 3 straight, 3-up, 3-down innings for the Griffith Generals. Bottom the 8th as the Generals look to cut into this 6-run lead with just a few outs remaining as Thompson, Buckley, and Luna due up after this.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an ironworker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
BP's natural gas teams use Smart App technology to share data from any well instantly, so they can analyze trends and stop potential problems in their tracks, because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
7-1 ball game here in Griffith, Indiana at Brian Jennings Field. The Oilmen lead over the Generals, searching for their record-breaking 9th straight win. Now, clear something up for me. Is this just 9 straight wins in general or 9 straight wins to start the season?
9 straight wins in general.
Wow.
Would be the record. And to do it right at the start is pretty remarkable.
That's, probably also the record is, it has to be the record.
It does have to be the record
minimum.
from the start to the season.
Yeah. And also, if you really want to think about it, it's definitely longer. If you look in the last season, the Oilmen won the Northern League Championship, so they obviously had to end on a win. But single season, we're here.
Fair enough.
And I'd like to thank our Oilman superfan Mike Jones for letting us know that information.
This man is a thesaurus for all things Oilman.
He loves the team, and let me tell you something. The team and us, we love him.
Isaiah Thompson to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. The Generals have 6 outs to play with to put up 6 runs to at least tie the Oilmen here.
And the 3-up, 3-down does help them because if they want to make this game competitive, unlike the NHL and NBA Finals, as we were just talking about at break, keeping it at 7 helps them out a little bit. Don't dig the hole any deeper than you currently are in. So, like you said, a couple outs to work with. They'll bat last, and that's really the only bright spot they got right now in the Generals' dugout.
That one off the outside corner for strike 1. 1-1 count now with no outs, no runners on for Isaiah Thompson leading off the bottom of the 8th inning. Pitch from Deerdorf is I think he just let go of that ball way too early. Makes it 2-1. Checking back in on the immaculate grid being played 2 seats to my right.
He might pick an answer for Mets in 2,000-plus hits. He picks Mike Piazza with 23%.
That was between him and Robinson Cano.
2-1 is high for 3-1.
I'll tell you what. You know what I'll do? I'll pull up the same thing you're using, and I'll put in Robinson Cano, and you can know how much you missed by.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's been 5 innings since the last time he put an answer in, so we finally got one here in the bottom of the 8th.
I finally decided to be decisive,
Top of the zone for strike 2, bring it to a full count.
So, Robinson Cano for Mets and 4%.
19%.
Charlie.
You're kidding me.
No.
You're kidding me.
3-2 misses for a walk for Isaiah
You had
Thompson.
it typed in, buddy. You had it typed in.
He's not having a good day over there.
Zunkel has said to his team, it's all about going with your gut. Why don't you listen to Zunk?
Yeah, that was the first person I thought of. I thought of him ages ago.
Who?
Literally 5 innings ago, thinking of Robinson Cano.
Charlie, this goes to trivia, man. Charlie, you're really smart, and you go too far every time.
The rest of the grid's fine, except for Trey Mancini, but,
What's Trey Mancini's? It's still not there.
Back to
Buckley swings through strike 1. Baseball immaculate grid. We're talking about baseball.
That is technically true. The 0-1 to Buckley. Put in play right side, second baseman. I believe that's still Gans. Gets over and throws him out at first base. And I was trying to check where it's currently 5 o'clock in the United States. And it did reload. It's Adak, Alaska.
All right.
Just moving farther over the Alaskan coast.
Yes.
It is. We don't need to worry about when it's 5 o'clock. It's after 5 o'clock here. So by Margaritaville standpoint.
Oh, but what happens at midnight?
It's 5 o'clock at Margaritaville, by the way. Got to remember that.
At what time does it roll back over to not being 5
It's a good question.
o'clock?
I mean, technically speaking,
it's Friday night,
after
so
5
Sunday.
o'clock. It's always after 5 o'clock. Yeah, good point, John.
Jaime Luna at the plate. He's 2 for 3 tonight.
People always say you can never wear white after Labor Day, but it's like literally every day is after Labor Day. When's the start point?
The summer. Luna puts this one in the air into right field. Wendling moving in on it. He's going to make the catch. Isaiah Thompson thought about tagging up, but decided to hold at second base. And 4 outs to play with now for the Generals. Jerkaitis stepping up to the plate.
Number 25, Jerkaitis.
2 outs, runner on second as Isaiah Thompson's 7-1 ball game here. The Oilmen lead, trying to get in that run to make it a little smaller for the Generals in the bottom of the 9th inning. Jerkaitis takes strike 1.
And I got something crazy for you here. I don't know if you noticed it. Jerkaitis has yet to record an at-bat today. He has 3 walks and 3 plate appearances.
He's in an 0-2 hole now. That's not what I have. Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah. I forgot I wrote a double play. He was doubled off in his second at-bat. That's second in the 4th. Puts this one in play up the middle. Taylor moves over on it to get the out at first and set down the Generals. Top of the 9th. The Oilmen will try to add on and not go down. 3 up, 3 down. Emmanuel Scott Johnny Wendling and Ryan Groberski do up.
Safety isn't a list of boxes to check. It's taking the best technologies out there and adapting them to work for you. The ultrasound that can see inside patients can also detect early signs of corrosion at our refineries. High-tech military cameras that see through walls can inspect our pipelines to prevent leaks. Remote-controlled aircraft can help us identify potential problems and stop them in their tracks. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
It's common for back patients to have a lot of questions, but at Midwest Orthopedic Specialty Hospital, we ask a lot of questions too. We want to know about their jobs, their hobbies, their lifestyle. Because spinal conditions are oftentimes complex and multifaceted, the best solutions take into account work and lifestyle. The spine is at the basis of everything that we do and who we are. For us, surgery is not the first priority. Finding the least invasive option to give you your life back is.
Colin McCarty back on the mound for the Generals here in the top of the ninth. The Oilmen lead 7-1, on course for their 9th straight win, which would be a franchise record. Tied it last night against the Elkhart Miracle, looking to take it for their own as the 2024 roster here tonight in Griffith.
Which I got to be honest, we were all down on the field earlier, talking to our respective teams, came over and talking to the Oilmen for a little bit. I don't know about you, Charlie. I kind of got a little bit nervous that they weren't going to break it tonight with, the amount of the roster limitations.
I was say, do you think it's because they were going to have to play pitchers in positions they don't want to play?
No, it was because originally we only had 8 guys
that
total.
Too. We thought Zunk was going to have to hit.
We were having a discussion about the location of cleats, man.
It was a serious discussion that Charlie was going to have to go in the game. That wasn't a joke. That might have actually happened tonight, which, Charlie, if that ever happens, you are automatically White Castle player of the game. As host of the postgame show, I'm telling you right now.
I want to earn it.
Emmanuel Scott takes strike 1 from Colin McCarty.
Charlie, everything you've done for the broadcast and the season so far this season, you've earned it.
That one comes inside but misses him for ball 1.
Yeah, that was one you didn't want to wear. That wasn't going to be comfy.
Not at this point in the game. 7-1. If it's closer and it's like, you're down, that's
You saw the same thing I did, right? Umpire turned around to get the foul ball from Wendling. Wendling just tossed it to the side. Scott puts this one in the air, shallow outfield. Jaime Luna off his glove, moving back on it. Going to call that one a single, making a hard play over his shoulder there is Jaime Luna. Not enough time for the second baseman, Yashawn Boswell, to get there, which is who that area should really go to.
And yeah, I mean, that's such a difficult play to make going over the shoulder. I thought he did a really good job of tracking it down, but it's so hard to make sure that you rein that ball in as well.
So 7-1 still. Runner on first, no outs. Wendling at the plate. He takes ball 1 from McCarty. First time the Generals have seen McCarty on the mound this season. The 1-0 swung on for strike 1.
Yeah, John, I feel like, thinking about it, obviously everyone across the Northern League has dealt with their fair share of rainouts, but I feel like you guys have actually probably suffered the most.
Really? Probably.
You guys are only 5. This is only
game 9.
Yeah, okay.
Which, I don't know. I standings pulled up.
I guess I'm the one in charge of deleting games when there's rainouts, so I feel like I should know.
Same number of games as the Oilmen. Actually, same number of games as everybody. The Indiana Panthers have only played 6.
And they lost 5. Shout out Seth.
The Vikings have also played 9. With a loss here today, the Generals will stay in third place. That one swung on for strike 3 by Wendling, and it'll bring up Ryan Goberski. Runner still at first. Standings currently look like 8-0. Could be soon to be 9-0. The Northwest Indiana Oilmen at first. Elkhart County Miracle 5-2 in second as Groberski swings through that one. The Generals are 3-5 in third. Panthers are I apologize. The Hammond Vikings are 2-7 in fourth, and 1-5. The Indiana Panthers sitting in dead last. 1-1 now.
So I guess the
Gribbers.
Panthers would have the most delays then. They have less games than everyone
Yeah,
else.
they've only played 6 games. But also, like, this good week of weather that we've had, they were scheduled, like, double off day. And ball in air out to center field. That's Gonzalez moving in on it for the second out of the inning. Brings up Troy Vosberg. But yeah, no, it's been interesting, and I'm really happy that we've been able to get into a little bit of groove. Rain out yesterday for the Generals against the Panthers, but like I said, it's good to kind of they played 5 in a row up until Thursday.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to I talk about this with Charlie all the time on our broadcast. Like it's the whole point of the Northern League is to build, and it's hard to build and improve if you're just not playing games consistently.
That one hit hard but straight to Isaiah Thompson and left for the third out of the inning. And the Oilmen will only need 3 outs in the bottom of the 9th here to take that franchise record of 9 straight wins. We'll be right back after these quick messages.
Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. It is both. It is both. It is both. It is both. It's both.
Hey, thanks for the backup.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today. After our minimally invasive spine surgery, 80% of golfers maintained or improved their handicap. Be treated by the pros to play more like a pro. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
Bottom of the 9th coming up here, the Oilmen 3 outs away. And it looks like currently right now the field umpire is going to throw this inning for the Oilmen. It's an interesting choice by Zunkel. Oh, never mind. Hang on. He's got a guy running out there. Deerdorf back on for another inning of work. Looking for their 9th consecutive win to take hold of the franchise record for themselves. Current record is 8. And to start 9-0 on the year. Another game tomorrow against the Griffith Generals here at Brian Jennings Field at 7 p.m. Generals will have Braylon Holland, Jaron Jackson, and Graham Gonzalez due up, all of which don't have a hit tonight. A combined 0 for 9. Gonzalez has a walk.
Yeah.
I figured maybe the Oilmen broadcast might want to say something.
No, this is going to be a big opportunity for them. And obviously this is not a save situation that you're coming into, but you've seen a lot more than 6 runs scored in an inning this year. True or false?
True. Numerous times.
Yes.
Technically, this would be a save up situation.
Oh, because it's his 3rd inning pitching.
4th inning of work. So
there you go.
As long as he pitches 3, he gets the save.
Yeah, let me restate. It's not within 3 runs, but you know that this is a situation where you just want to close the door. Deerdorf had a little trouble his last time out. The controls looked really good today. Just got to make sure you keep firing on all cylinders. And if you're the Generals, dink and dunk, get to them. You know that this team doesn't have a whole lot of pitching left.
Yeah, make it a little stressful at least.
Right, exactly.
And I've talked about this already, that we've only had maybe like 2 or 3 games like this, but I've been wanting the Oilmen to be challenged. I would like us to be put in tough positions because I'd rather learn how to deal with it now than come when it's important, come playoff time and the All-Star break. And so, like you said, make it difficult, make it stressful. You got to teach guys how to play under these circumstances.
1-0 to Braylon Holland to start the inning. He swings at the second pitch, and it's up the middle. He'll have a single. Got unlucky in the 4th when he grounded into a double play. This time he's on base at first to lead off the inning. And that's where it starts for the Generals, trying to add some scariness to this bottom of the 9th inning for the Oilmen now with a runner on and no outs. Jaron Jackson due up, ton of speed at the plate. Wouldn't be surprised with Graberski at third being way back with a bunt here from Jackson. He doesn't show bunt, and he takes ball 1.
And you and I had the exact same thought here. Graberski doesn't typically play third. He's playing far back. And, respectfully, you're 0 for 3. You got to find a way to get on.
The 1-0, no bunt show again. He swings at it and fouls it off. He has been on pitches, though, for Jaron Jackson. He struck out 3 times, but each strikeout has involved multiple pitches and multiple foul balls. It's now a 1-1 count to him after he fouled that one off. No outs. Braylon Holland at first. Deerdorf's 1-1. Low for ball 2. 2-1 count. No outs. Deerdorf gets his sign from Emmanuel Scott behind the plate. 2-1 finds the zone for 2-2.
Umpire allowing the black to be in play on that one, a little bit outside.
Deerdorf searching for his 6th strikeout of the day as well. He won't get it with that pitch, make it 3-2 count.
And, you know, I don't hate that pitch from Deerdorf there. It was almost sort of a pitch out, kind of maybe close enough to test up in a way, but wanted to see if they'd put a runner in motion. At this point in the game, though, no real reason to.
3-2. Finds outside for a walk. Runners on first and second for the Generals with the top of the order. Graham Gonzalez at the plate. Yashawn Boswell after him. Cole Hockman just after that. And we're going to get a mound visit from the Oilmen here.
And this is exactly what we were just talking about with making this a little bit scary. A 7-1 lead is a good cushion, but the way we've seen the Northern League so far, it's not enough.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And the other thing is you know, the Oilmen have to ride out with Deerdorf here, basically.
Yeah.
You don't want to use another pitcher just for the sake of using another pitcher. And I don't even know if the Oilmen have another guy lined up tonight.
It's going to be a position player coming in to pitch, which at that point you kind of just maybe hand the Generals the game.
I would say the other issue with that is then you have to put Deerdorf wherever you put him because they have nobody left on their bench. It's 7-1. They have a 6-run lead. Deerdorf in his 4th inning of work. 2 runners on with no outs here. Graham Gonzalez 0 for 3 tonight. He's got a walk, though, in the 1st inning. He made it all the way around to 3rd. Looking for his first hit of the day. Swings at the first pitch there. And he's been quite free swinging at the plate. In the 3rd, he struck out in a 1-2 count, an 0-2 count in the 5th for a strikeout, and again in the 7th.
And you see the way Deerdorf's been dealing here. If you're the Generals, you don't want to make it a little bit. You don't want to make it any easier on him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, force him to pitch to you. If I'm on deck for the Generals and I'm in the hole, I have the mentality that for the time being I'm not swinging at a pitch.
Right, until he gets one in there, as he's kind of lost the zone a little bit as he's moved on here. You want to be patient. Gonzalez swings at that one, brings it to a 1-2 count. No outs, runners on first and second. It's Braylon Holland at second, and Jaron Jackson with a ton of speed behind him. You think if a ball is hit far enough for Braylon Holland to score from second, Jaron Jackson might score from first. That is going to be the first out of the inning, though, for Deerdorf on a strikeout, the 4th of the day for Graham Gonzalez. It brings up Yashawn Boswell, who's been on both spectrums of being at the plate today. He struck out twice, and he's also gotten hit by a pitch twice, once in the brim of the helmet.
And, yeah, that was a scary one. And that last pitch by Deerdorf, really good sequencing. I thought he was going to go with the curveball. They obviously thought he was going with the curveball and just blows the express by him.
Boswell started the week 6 for 6, and he's going to take strike 1 from Deerdorf. Generals, I believe, 4 hits today for them. That one misses, and it's going to come in front of the plate. Braylon Holland going to get to 3rd safely. Jaron Jackson not having a sprint there to second base. Could have been thrown out by Emmanuel Scott at 2nd. But both runners advance. 2 runners in scoring position now for Yashawn Boswell in a 1-1 count.
Eliminating the force out there for the Generals. You know, with 1 out now, you don't want to go out on a double play. That's a bite that stings for a long time.
Boswell, 600 hitter with runners in scoring position, sends this one straight back towards the camera there. 1-2 count now. just under about half the time. Boswell works a quality at bat here, 1-2 count. 1 out, runners on second and third. The 1-2 from Deerdorf misses for 2-2.
That was a really good location. Excellent take there.
I think the biggest problem is that he's been given that location the entire night. So to change that in this spot hurts. I talk about this all the time. It's the one thing you need to be as an umpire is consistent.
2-2 bounces in for 3-2 full count. Runners on second and third for the Generals. Cole Hockman due up after Yashawn. He's 0 for 4 today. 2 strikeouts. The payoff 3-2 pitch is in play, third base side, and it gets through. It's going to allow Braylon Holland to score. Jaron Jackson's going to hold up at third base as the throw comes hard in from Hatcher out there and left. First and third, Yashawn adds another hit to his total for the week. He's got 7 with that one out to left field.
Really nice swing, just stroked that ball. You could hear it. It was right on the sweet spot of the bat. Too hard hit to handle, and you're not going to erase this one swing at a time. Now just one closer.
7-2 now. Hockman at the plate. He hits .455 with runners in scoring position. First and third, Yashawn at first. Has stolen some bases so far this season. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to eliminate the double play again at some point throughout this at-bat. Hockman swings through strike 1.
Might be a little bit easier now to steal second as well. Now with that runner on third, you don't want to test Emmanuel Scott. We've already seen him toss one into the outfield very early on in this game. He's been good since then.
Hockman tossed the elbow guard to the side there. Sometimes you got to change things up when you're 0 for 4 on the night. He swings through the second to put him in an 0-2 hole. Thompson on deck behind him. He's 0 for 3 with a walk.
Deerdorf's his fastball has blown by him, and he's been late both times. I think it would be a mistake to go anything but fastball here.
And you can't think back to your last at-bat where you threw the fastball to Yashawn and he put it in play. Yashawn's a great fastball hitter. Hockman takes ball 1 there. That one just missed.
Right idea. I mean, you want to throw one that's just out of the zone, see if he'll chase low. Really good eye here from Hockman.
1-2 now, 1 out. Runners on the corners for the Generals. This one in play out to center field. Center fielder underneath it. And Jaron Jackson going to score from third on the tag up. It's 7-3. Yashawn Boswell still at first base. 2 outs in the inning. Hockman with the sac fly to score Jackson. And it brings up Isaiah Thompson, like I said, 0 for 3 tonight with a walk from the left side here against the righty Deerdorf. Buckley after that, Jaime Luna, who's 2 for 4.
7-3 ball game now. The Generals have a lot of work to get to this point, but the game can be tied with one swing of the at-bat. But with 2 outs, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to do that.
Game can be 1 run. 2 runs with 1 swing of the bat. Ball in play up the middle. Gann's going to make the play on it at second. Take it to second himself. Yashawn Boswell out there for the 9th consecutive win for the Northwest Indiana Oilmen. A new franchise record, 9 consecutive wins. They sit atop the Northern League with what is a mighty lead on the rest of the field.
It is going to be rather difficult for anybody else to catch up to the Oilmen right now, and it would, at this point, the only team that can really stop them is themselves.
No, I 100% agree. If they stay hot as well as they've been, it reminds me of like the Tampa Bay Rays last year. You go with your what you like put in air quotes as the undefeated April, and suddenly it's like we have such a big lead. It's going to be so like the only people that can beat us are ourselves at this point in the division.
100%. And this was a really nice win from both sides. Well, a really nice win from the Oilmen and a valiant effort at the end from the Generals. I feel like that may get overlooked. They put some hits together. They made it a little more threatening. A lot of good to take away for both teams.
And so 7-3 here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our post-game show after these quick messages.
Right, Candace. We're getting multiple reports of this mysterious but powerful phenomena. People are experiencing a sound, after which they drop everything, and I mean everything, and run to their nearest White Castle. Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live.
When the crave calls,
Richard, we're live.
Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
Back here on the Northwest Indiana post-game show, this is normally the time where we discuss our White Castle player of the game, but folks, we're kind of struggling to make that decision here. It was a good game from everyone on the Oilmen. Normally, we have a problem with there's been so many guys on our roster, right? There's so many guys who come in and substitute. Tyler always talks about how I have a group of guys that play 1 through 4, and then I got guys who play 5 through 9. And really spaces it out, and normally sometimes has 2 teams playing, and it really makes it difficult for us to decide on this guy's White Castle player of the game because there's normally 12, 10, 15 guys playing in a game. And today we thought it might have been easier because there was so few guys playing, but actually quite the opposite. It's made us pretty difficult because there's 2 really good outings from 2 very different guys today. But Charlie, as always, you do have the final say. And so Charlie, our White Castle player of the game, run, don't walk to your nearest White Castle to try the new smoky chicken sliders. Get 12 sliders for $3.99. Charlie, give it to us.
I am going to give it to Ethan Gans, 2 for 4 today with 2 doubles and an RBI. I think that was just a marvelous hitting performance for a guy who we hadn't really seen do a whole lot in the field. Came out today and showed up in a big way, especially he made the move from short to second to help accommodate things. I thought he did a great job. Another person you could have given it to was R.J. Bergeron. 5 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 run unearned. But to me, I think you got to commend the newer guy for the flexibility and the ability to hit out in the field.
And, John, something we haven't done, but I'll actually ask you, you'll be the first one to ever answer this question is, obviously even with the loss, there's still highs and lows for the Generals and highs and lows with every team. Is there a player that you would highlight from your team specifically today that you would say they had a good game despite the loss?
Well, I think going back to our last game against the Northwest Indiana Oilmen that we lost 13-0, I think this game easily could have gotten out of hand when it was 7-0. Draza Depor comes in, 4 innings pitched, only 2 hits against the Oilmen, 1 run, it's unearned, 4 walks, which is something to swipe that away. But 4 strikeouts. He handled that order for 4 innings after they just put up 7 runs, and I think that's pretty important to give some more confidence going into tomorrow for the Generals.
Today is Friday, June 14th, taking a look at the schedule ahead. Tomorrow we will be right back here, same bat time, same bat channel for a 2-game series. I like a series. Different team every night is fun, but it has its pros and cons. So the Griffith Generals versus Northwest Indiana Oilmen tomorrow at 7. That will be here in Griffith, Indiana. Brian Jennings Field. Come out to the game. Obviously, you spend the Saturday night here. Looking forward to Sunday. John, you got to travel out to Elkhart County against the Miracle for a 1 o'clock game this time, 2 o'clock game Eastern time. And the Northwest Indiana Oilmen take on the Indiana Panthers at 3 o'clock at Highland. But, gentlemen, any last thoughts? Charlie, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, congratulations to the Oilmen, 9 consecutive wins, first time in franchise history accomplishing that. Big takeaway for me today was, again, timely hitting, right? You were able to hit with runners in scoring position. You were able to create opportunities with only 3 extra base hits, and, I mean, only one of them had an RBI attached to it. I think they did a really good job of just dinking and dunking when they needed to, and obviously pitching came through in a big way. As for the Generals, a lot of good to take away from this game. Just got to have a little more consistency from the pitching staff.
And, John, looking over to you, 9 games for the Oilmen now in a row, franchise record, but also with the season, undefeated on the season. What do you guys got to do going to bed tonight? What do you think about tomorrow to take one back?
Yeah, I think you take a lot from that 9th inning there, putting 2 runners on with no outs. Getting 2 to come in and score is pretty important. A little bit of a confidence booster going into tomorrow's game. Caden Gothrop on the mound for the second time tomorrow for the Generals. Trip Davis going to be behind the plate in his first game as a General, so it should be a good, interesting battery mates. They're battery mates from St. John River State College in Florida. They just were in the Division II JUCO World Series. They lost in the semifinals, so I think Gothrop getting his battery mate back is going to be pretty important for the Generals.
And make sure you tune in or at least show up to the ballpark tomorrow. Once again, 7 o'clock start. I think weather will be just like this one, so it'll be a nice day outside. Dress comfortably, wear your sunscreen, and we hope to see you here. But for that has been not only this broadcast, but the Northwest Indiana Oilmen post-game show. John Massey, Charlie Schmidgall, and once again, it's hard for me to say thank you for joining us because we are at your home, John, but John always said it was a comedy show. It's always a pleasure doing games with you, and I look forward to tomorrow. But, folks, thank you for listening to us here tonight. We will see you again tomorrow, and if we don't, whether it's day, week, month, year, I hope you have a good one. Good night.